much, and people in Israel are decorating with big American flag and so on. But another big picture is, if Netanyahu do not act, and he understood, and if the threat of nuclear weapon is real, and then there will be a major setback back to before 1948, and the people, Jewish everywhere, have to start during Sabbath and say next year in Jerusalem. And this decision prevented that. It's a new future. Thank you very much, Gary.
I suspect that there will be asymmetric attacks against Iran in the future. So fasten your seatbelt. David.
Hey, Gary. Another great day in the forum. I don't know. I don't think Washington. I think Trump would like more than anything to fool himself into thinking that this attack wiped everything out, brought everybody to the table. Everybody shook hands, and now I'm on my way to a Nobel Peace Prize. I think he's lashing out with regard to Netanyahu potentially undermining this big grand peace deal that he cut. He's been nominated for the Nobel Peace Prize by Pakistan. Obviously, there's been some disagreement as to whether or not he was really involved in that in a way that he was, particularly coming on the Indian side. But I think at the end of the day, if we look at the reports and we look at the feedback, Israel's ambassador to the UN says it's too early to tell. This has been reported that we've wiped out their nuclear. I think Israel has to be cautious. They have to trust but verify, and verify a lot. And the only way you're going to verify is to have Iran open up its doors, bring in those inspectors, and look at the damage, and and they need to cough up this other enriched uranium that's who knows where. And a lot of the uranium, by the way, Gary, that was enriched is in these canisters that are very difficult to destroy. And so, if they can get those out, there's a lot of that that's also to be accounted for. So I think at the end of the day, while Trump wants the optics of a huge peace win to add to his other accolades of peace negotiation from the Abraham Accords forward, we need to bring Iran into the sunlight. And I don't think we can speculate based upon some bombs, based upon Iranians taking over the airspace, which many have argued is questionable or not. But you're right, there are ballistic missiles that Iran could still mass and array against Israel, as well as the enemies of America. So, well, what does the United States do in the interim? I think at the end of the day, we need to somehow bring them to the table again and put together that JCPOA deal, but with a lot more teeth that Obama had structured. Because without the inspection, Gary, I think this is a hollow victory. And without the the powers that be, where is the Ayatollah? Has he surfaced? I mean, we don't even know where this guy is. So, what is happening behind the scenes? We've seen incursions by China into the fray, and what's going on with those back channelings. Putin's entered into a 20-year agreement, economic agreement with Iran, although they're saying it's not militarily based. How can it not be? So there's a lot of moving parts here, Gary. I think the Israelis have a right to be cautious. I think irrespective of Trump's desire for a Nobel, I think he's going to have to, put that aside until we actually get the job done. And I think the only way we're going to get the job done is to put boots on the ground, not actual troops, but the monitors of the program, and have an accounting of where those other rich uranium deposits are. And of course, any other intelligence that can be gathered to make the area a lot safer. Otherwise, Gary, I think it's just that. It's a hollow victory. And of course, I think he was also upset as well because he's got this rabid right-wing base out there on the talk show circuit, completely challenging our right to defend Israel, completely challenging our right to be involved this way. And a lot of those voices aren't going away, Gary, I'm afraid to say. And whether or not they play into the 2026 midterms, I think that's going to have a lot of import going forward. And I'll end there. Thank you.
David, what is the temperature in sunny California?
Well, we've got some beautiful balmy trade winds, about 75 today, I believe.
In central New Jersey, from where I'm emanating, 102. We beat out Death Valley. 102.
And drink a lot of water.
Oh, I know. I gotta walk out the door into a blast furnace to get to work. Ay. Dominic.
It's very tough. So,
Aren't you sitting on the dock of the bay, though? Aren't you? No, I know you. I know where you are. Don't think you can escape me, buddy. I know exactly.
so so much of the is tainted by sort of a dislike for Donald Trump, and I appreciate that. I want to talk about this notion of credibility.
This is the latest
Because
blood
a
glucose,
number of
blood
people
pressure,
brought
and
up,
oxygen measurement device developed by St. Thomas Hospital in London.
I
Simply
was
clip it
just
onto your
thinking back
feet.
to
Can y'all please pretend I'm famous? I
claim
want
by the government, capital G, that a newly elected president was a spy for Russia, and that he should be impeached for that. I was wondering, who retains credibility from that episode?
Well, first of all, I don't know that that was a claim from the government.
Well, obviously.
There were some elements of the government.
Oh, elements, excuse me.
And secondly, what does that have to do with today's discussion?
No, but it has to do with credibility, which is part of today's discussion. So I just wanted to make that point to get everyone off their high
Well, this is a problem that we have in our discourse here on the stage, because I cannot criticize the current president, whoever that president may be, now or in the future, no matter what party that president is a member of, because if the next president is a Democrat, if he does anything that is deserving of critique, somebody's going to come up on the stage and say, well, what about what Donald Trump did? Donald Trump was much worse. So I think we have to, at the moment in hand, take a snapshot and not a panoramic view of history, and look at what's going on today, because these are very serious matters at hand. So whether a person's motivation is political or not, if the criticism is legitimate, we should accept the criticism. If it's not legitimate, then we should challenge it. I don't care what their motivation is, so long as the person is.
So if we get to the point that we say that the use of the word obliterate was quoted contextually, we don't have time to do this, because I wanted to get the text of the president's comment and list it against what the claim is of what he said. And there is a distinction between the two, and we could do it at another time. But the claim that he said that the program was obliterated is not true. He didn't say that. But I understand that for the purposes of argumentation, that saying that he said that creates a dialogue and a need for argumentation. But the president didn't say that. So it's sort of like nobody said that You did say it, Gary. I wonder if it is relevant. The way George Bush said, mission accomplished. Remember that?
Yep.
And we said, oh, that sounds like George Bush. What President Trump said? Contextually, it's just not true. The two are completely distinct because Trump did not make the claim that the program was obliterated. But I just, so much has been said that I'm having a hard time being concise in my criticism. I do want to say that I agree with Anson's earlier comments, which is like an hour.
Okay, in fairness, he did not say the entire program was obliterated.
Thank you.
He said that the U.S. strikes had completely and totally obliterated Iran's key nuclear enrichment facilities.
Key nuclear enrichment sites.
Right.
Thank you.
Okay. But
Thank you.
okay,
I'm done.
fine. So let's be nuanced.
I'm done.
No, you're not done. You're far from done. No. We're not going to allow for hit and runs here, buddy.
Okay.
No. So the question then today, in absolute fairness to what the president said, was, were those key nuclear enrichment facilities obliterated? And the DIA, hold on, let me finish before you respond to me. And the DIA today said that while the strikes inflicted serious damage, that the program was not destroyed.
Okay, I'm going to quote you right now.
Oh.
You just said that the program was not destroyed. You did not
For
say.
F's sake, to quote the President of the United States.
Oh, okay.
The program at those three facilities, because obviously the United States attacked three facilities. So let me say it in terms that is acceptable to Dominic. The program at those three facilities. Are you happy now?
Why don't we just say the key of what the president said? Why don't we just quote the president?
Right, and the question does not change. The question does not change even if people were not as specific in their quotation of the president. So if you want to make this a discussion of how people interpret what the president said and how it's not fair the way they interpret it, then fine. You could do that. But that's not the discussion. The discussion is he came out hours after the attack and said that the program was obliterated at those three locations. And the next morning, the chairman of the Chief Joints of Staff was more tempered in his response and said, we don't know if that's true. And now we see that the Defense Intelligence Agency says that the initial assessment is that the president was wrong. Those three key facilities were not obliterated. So why don't we just focus on that?
Okay. So, thank you for that, for engaging in that, Jerry. I appreciate it. Otherwise, I was just going to say thanks for the, I appreciate it.
I love debating you, Dominic. Rooster.
I'd say it was your manifest essay, or two.
To
Going up
answer
for big boy
the
there,
question
and
you're
Harry
talking
was
about,
cold
the U.S.
plant one of which
washing
would
its
die.
hands of the Iranian threat. I say that's not the right or fair question. And the reason I say that is because the U.S. was never in this war. This was Bibi's war. He has been saying since 1996 that Iran is months away from getting a bomb. And I'm not denying that this time he may or may not be right, but he's been saying that since 1996. The fact is that Trump did not want Israel to attack. He was trying to negotiate. The U.S. public, as we know, both the Democrats and the MAGA base have no appetite for another prolonged Middle Eastern war. He wanted to negotiate, get a big, beautiful deal, and brag about it. He was under pressure from Bibi, and really, from the reporting I've read, he gave up when he realized the Iranian side, the Ayatollah, was playing games. So from one side, from the Allies and from many forces in the U.S., he was under pressure. Other side, he realized his Iranian counterparts were playing game and really not willing to give up the enrichment. He reluctantly said okay to the war. Again, at that point, I don't think he wanted U.S. to participate. I would suggest he reluctantly dropped the bomb, dropped the bunker busting bombs, and at that moment it looked like a success. He dropped the bomb, it's over, the nuclear program's gone. Turns out that may not be the case. But I suggest a better question we should ask is that should the U.S. Wash its hands off the Iranian threat? Personally, I say no. The elephant in the room that is not discussed is the regime, and the word I never hear is regime change. As Anson earlier suggested, they can enrich in a closet. They can always have a secret program. And the fact is that the bomb is not the only threat from this regime. There's ballistic missiles, there's terrorism around the world, there's the proxies. It's just bad news. I think the free world has an interest in Iran putting this regime in history books and moving forward to the next chapter. And I say that with recognition that there is human loss on the Iranian side. I know Israel has been precise, but there has been. I have personal friends that I talk to. The number of casualties are. I don't want to comment on them. It's not a free country. I don't really know what the information I get, how correct they are. But there has been human loss. But the fact is that the regime already started executing people with a little chance they got from the ceasefire, accusing them of being Israeli spies and taking care of all sorts of different categories of opposition after the ceasefire started. I just say we can't keep kicking this can down the road. The regime has to go, and I hope that the Western world would realize that sooner than later. Thank you, Gary.
I don't know whether the United States should have gotten into the Vietnam War or not. History might suggest not, but we were in that war. And there's been a lot of postscript analysis suggesting that that war might have ended differently had Nixon and then Johnson not been so reticent to
my friend
go against the head of the beast and attack Hanoi. And so if you're going to get into a war, which you should think very carefully about doing, and whether it's justified or not.
I'm about to be a speaker on Gary Baumgarten's critical thinking, but sometimes he brings me up on stage and then he never calls on me. Such a prick.
Earlier, right in the beginning, when I quoted somebody who challenged me on this, what have you accomplished by killing all these people? And you're exactly right. The regime remains in place. We were hearing analyses recently from people on this stage, Iranians, that the regime was right now, as a result of all this, on the verge of toppling. I don't know whether that's true, but if it's so, why do you stop? I don't get it. Let's not make any mistake about what's going on here. It's not just that Iran is a sovereign nation, which is how people are viewing this, many people. The government of Iran is a terrorist organization. I'm not going to go through the entire litany of all of the terrorist attacks that have occurred. If you want to say, I don't care about those damn Iranians who are getting executed, that's their problem for being dissidents. That's their laws that they're violating. It has nothing to do with me. Who cares? All right, fine. Take that position. Not mine, but you can take that position. But what about all the other lives that have been lost outside of Iran by their exportation of terrorism? It's all on the record, including Americans who have died, not just people in the military, by the way. So this is not just a fight between Israel and Iran. It's primarily a concern for Israel because Iran has stated, the government of Iran has stated its intention to eliminate the state of Israel. This is why they fund Hamas. This is why they fund the Houthis. This is why they fund Hezbollah to do their fighting for them and other terrorist organizations. It's not Iranian soldiers marching in, but it's Iranian weaponry that's being used against Israel. So yes, primarily this is the future of the state of Israel, also a sovereign nation, their right to exist. Nobody's talking about eliminating Iran from the map, the way Iran and its proxies are talking about eliminating Israel from the map. People have to get the correct perspective about what's going on here and how Iran is a threat to all of us. They have a fatwa out on the President of the United States. They had a fatwa out on Salman Rushdie, and they finally got to him. They didn't kill him. They had, I forget how many millions of dollar bounty on the head of Salman Rushdie because they didn't like what he wrote in a book, because they found what he wrote blasphemous. So they put a hit out on Salman Rushdie, and now he is crippled for life and blind in one eye.
Gary, it's a toxic relationship.
Huh? What is?
Israel and Iran, they have a toxic relationship.
Okay, well, unfortunately, John, by the way, we're not going to get to you, but thank you for that.
Thank you very little, Gary. Thank you very little.
You came on the stage too late for us to get to you. It's nothing personal, but removing you from the stage is because you were disruptive. So anyway, toxic relationship. Sounds like you're talking about me and my ex-wife. What the hell are you talking about, toxic relationship? Anyway, people don't want to view it from that perspective. And so I'll just leave it at that, Rooster. I think history will show that stopping the prosecution of this war, which the United States, I'm not talking about the United States continuing. I'm talking about forcing Israel to stand down. History may very well prove this to be a mistake, and I'll let you respond to that before I get to our last two calls.
Because, like, it's not a bunch of, like, dudes that are taking these
I'm sorry,
benefits
last
anyway.
you said history.
They proved that it was a mistake
Oh
to
no,
stand down at this
I
time.
didn't take it that way.
Right,
But yeah.
that's the issue. I think our so-called is there have ever been. I think the Iranian people have a chance to free themselves. But and I'm not here. I was actually against this war to begin with. I thought it would make the regime stronger. That's a whole different topic. But now at this point, when you've done this much damage, I think there's a chance for the regime to go, for the head of the snake to go, and I wish more was done.
Thank you, Rooster. We'll let Brent and then Shane get the last word. Brent?
There's two things. One is I kind of fear we're in the worst of all worlds, that the attacks weren't successful in significantly delaying the program, that the Iranian logic to do a nuclear sprint is going to be more straightforward than ever. Nuclear deterrence does work. It does prevent a state from essentially attacking you, and that Trump himself or the president
my friends.
might not be up for another round.
How are you doing today?
I think
Good. How are you doing today? Just dealing with a little bit of allergies because of pollen, but other than that, not too bad. There you go, pollen schmallen. That's what I always like to say. Pollen in your ballin'. You ever hear that one? Pollen in your ballin'? Because that's a good one. Well, maybe snot balls. Snot ballin'. Shot ballin'. Snot ballin'. Alright, now I gotta carry all this wood. Anyway, this is another edition of Amir Terrorist Supporters. I figured I would ask, what's your vision for the future? Alternative titles for this room were Everything Insane, or another alternative
I talked to Amir. I talked to Amir and Edward once. I was like, "Are you guys even involved in a peace movement?" And he's like, "I'm trying to start a nonprofit." And so my point is, what they're doing is not peace movement. What they're doing is terrorist. They are terrorist supporters, or they are. I came up with another term for it today. But the point is, my vision for the future is, Caddyshack, basically. I don't remember any terrorists on the golf course other than Judge Smales. So, if Judge Smales is the worst that it's going to get, which is a rich asshole who, demands everything, I mean, is that the worst that it can be? I mean, what's worse, Judge Smales or 100 Islamic jihadists with machine guns and grenades and rocket launchers that want to make you submit to Sharia, or you will die, in the conflict. So that's the way I see it. It's like black and white. It's crazy. It's crazy that, life is crazy. Reality is crazy.
Right, the world is weird.
I mean, Doc saw violence firsthand, I mean, do you think Iraq was justified? Do you think Afghanistan was justified? I mean, full withdrawals. I mean, not full withdrawals. I guess we still have the biggest embassy in the world in fucking Iraq, which is like acting as
I think it's funny that we used to run away. Like, I used to run away from the police because I was smoking weed in the middle of the woods. And somebody smelled weed in the woods, and they would call the police, and the police would come to the middle of the woods and try to bust us for smoking weed. Then we would have to run away into the woods, away from the police, who wanted to arrest us for smoking weed.
like Lord of the Flies.
Speaking of allergies. And now you can just go buy it in a store.
It's so crazy what we were doing to ourselves as citizens, It's the prohibition. It's not new. Think about all the people that got arrested during the 20s for prohibition. So there's always something that is prohibition. I don't know what it is now. I mean, is it just the N-word, F-word?
Right, it's a prohibition on the N-word and the F-word. People go to jail for that. People go to jail for bravely using the N-word and the F-word.
I got called the F-word today by Ben Mendelsohn. He said I'm an F-word loser. And it's just like you can see how it like shakes people when they know that somebody is filming them or putting them on YouTube. They're just like, motherfucking faggot, fucking loser.
I don't know if you were as well aware of this as I am, because it's about me, it's not about you. But JP hates me now. He hates me.
Yeah, he thinks that what I did was you.
Wait, what? That I called him a grifter?
Used his name in a title, called him a grifter, etc. Like, he associates you with me, therefore he hates you, I think.
Yeah, I don't know what it is, but he's removed me from the room for like 5 days now in a row. Like, I go into the room, I'm just listening for a while, and then you have been removed from the room.
Yeah, I've been live streaming him.
Yeah, because he was very triggered when I called him a grifter, it must have touched a nerve, you know? I mean, if I call you the F word, you're gonna be like, oh yeah, like, F word to you too, you know? But if, I don't even know what would touch a nerve for you, and I'm not trying to hurt feelings, but like, clearly it hurt his feelings that I called him a grifter, and as a result, he now hates me forever.
It really doesn't matter because technically when you start filming them and putting them on other platforms, they're really doing the work of content for you. So I have no, anger against any of these people. They are fully automated for your distribution. And that's why I told you, like, you're either a fly or a spider or a fish or the fisherman with the net. I mean, if you want to just keep being the dinner, for people, that's okay. But the point is, they are fully automated for your distribution and potential opportunity. Like, this app is a goldmine of content, and if they can't kick in with this anonymous feature, it disrupts their flow. It disrupts what they're doing every single day in their life, which is laying in bed, being depressed, talking on Clown House all day long. So when you start recording them, and they know that they're being recorded, it adds a whole nother level to this game where it's obvious that people are just being political here. And that's really what's happening all the time, in every way, in every shape and form. It's all politics all the time.
A lot of people don't want to be held to account for the positions that they have on this thing. I mean, I don't care. If you meet me in real life, I'm not going to be behaving like I am on Clown House. But if you go up to me and act like we're on Clown House in real life, I'll act like I'm on Clown House in real life.
Yeah, I mean, people act differently, I'm sure, because there's a physical element where if you fuck around and you can find out in the real world by having your nose punched in.
100.
But here on this app, I mean, it's the whole thing what Socrates said. It's like philosophy's out of style. Too many people's noses are getting punched in.
Yeah, but I think the word you were looking at, I came from Amir's room into this room, just so you know. But they're over there talking some bullshit, talking about baby killing and all this crap. And I was actually thinking of a word. I'm like, dude, you are nothing but an Islamic provocateur. How do you say it? Provocateur?
Provocateur.
Yeah,
He's
that's
an
all he
Asian
is.
provocateur, yeah.
That's all it is.
Yeah, my post on X I wanted to retitle it because I've just been calling them terrorist supporters. I should call them Clubhouse terrorist promoters and terrorist supporters and potential terrorists, and then provide the FBI's number in Detroit. And I tagged all these Jewish organizations, American Jewish Committee. I used to volunteer with them, and so it got a lot of views, and it's making people think hey, what are people saying on these social audio platforms, whether it's X or Clubhouse or wherever? But I mean, the fact that they are essentially the Jihadist Janes or the Tokyo Sally or whatever the fuck their names are, how all these, in all of our wars, the enemy, they are doing what these other war experiences have done, which is create propaganda in order to essentially try to dissuade Americans and ruin morale and reprogram them and propagandize them. So,
Dude,
that's what's happening.
you gotta, start another. If you ever do another name or whatever, another account, you gotta call it Islamic. Don't do it.
Islamic jihad. Can you make it?
I was gonna say. Oh no, that was what I was gonna say. Caliphate Production Company.
Yeah, I bet you the FBI has fake Wahhabist websites and everything. They're trying to gather.
Oh God!
indexes.
What do you think the analysts do for the NSA?
Yeah.
All right, we got Ron Jones in the house. Ron, please join the house, Ron. Amir terrorist supporters. This is the cracker in the top left. Donate to my Cash App, Ron. So make sure to donate a lot of money.
orders.
Yeah, JB doesn't even get paid to be here. Hit up my Cash App. Hit it up.
If you don't, I'll kick you out, you piece of shit. You piece of garbage. How about this, you fucking piece of garbage?
It sounds like every other dumb room I go in here on this
piece of garbage.
People always ask me what I'm wearing.
It is a really stupid app. You know,
Anyway, what? Sorry.
it's so obvious that it's such a waste of time here, and it's all politics. So it's like, if you're not actually using this for political purposes, unfortunately, you're just like the victim here on this app. I mean, I think there's like a talk therapy dopamine effect, you know, which is happening, and that's why people are here. But if you're here talking, that means that like you don't have enough happening in the real world to keep you busy. And you know, everything I'm saying applies to me. So, I mean, when you know.
Oh, I resemble that remark.
Yeah. Hi, Danny.
Well, I am conscious. Sometimes I'm conscious of, like, if I'm engaging in a conversation for longer than like an hour or two, that's like feels like a really long time for me.
Goes quick.
But yeah, it does. But sometimes I'll like get up in the morning. I'll be on for 20 minutes as I'm like driving to do some shit. I'll do shit all day, and then at like 2 or 3 p.m. I'll sign in again, and the same people have been there
All day.
all day.
Yeah.
It's like, damn.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I'm that way when I drink, because like drinking is kind of like when conversating at a bar. This is like doing it at the house without having to get in trouble with a DUI. But like, I've been sober since Saturday night, so tonight will end my 3-day fast. Shalom.
Please, donate to the Cash
I
App.
don't know what's this.
Send me money to the Cash App. Send me a picture of your boobs. Boobs to the Cash App, please.
But no, look, but the thing is, like, when I don't drink, though, when it comes to this app, when I don't drink, I'm only on here, like, maybe 1 or 2 hours a day. But when I'm drinking all day, I'll be on here all day.
Hello?
Well, I'm just interested. I'm just interested in like communication theory, like what's motivating us, what's causing all this to happen.
I'm working on the pasta right now. Jesus.
Danny looks like she just got off the set from Fiddler on the Roof. Hold on, Danny. Why don't you take care of your things at your house? We'll help you be productive by not bringing you up on stage. Because honestly, having Oh, never mind.
I use my kugel noodles to make regular pasta, and I'm a little upset about it.
You know, Danny, if I had a wife, I hate to tell you this, but if my wife used Clubhouse, it would be a big problem for our relationship. And I would have very little respect for her as my wife and as the mother of my children. That she is using a social audio chit-chat app to scramble her brains like eggs every day. That's just me. Now, I don't have a wife, and I don't even have a girlfriend. But I could tell you that if my significant other was wasting her whole fucking life on this stupid fucking app instead of taking care of business at home and taking care of shit that I need her to take care of, I'd be very upset with her.
Taking care of business and what else?
I still think I'm more sexy.
Meaning that your priorities or your focus has to be fucked. Because if my wife was on this stupid app, I would know that her focus is not on business and on shit that I need her to take care of. You know, by default.
I tried to focus. Is this you today on the show?
Have as much fun as you want here, Danny, but I'm just warning you. Your fucking life has to be more miserable than it should be because of this stupid app. That's my opinion about the communication and what it does to your brain on this stupid
Look
app.
how good he looks on the show. This is so much fun. Did they have a makeup artist?
So, what is your vision for the future, Doc?
I see Doc as the next president.
No. I would not want that job.
If only he doesn't drink today.
Damn, Danny.
I'm on my 3-day fast right now, Danny.
Oh my god, look at Zach's PTR, dude. He was on TV.
Yeah, I saw that.
Oh my gosh, bro.
Why are they all holding chopsticks?
Holy shit, look at that basket. Arc, Maine.
Because we were doing a chopstick carving class at the Jewish Museum on Thursday.
Oh, that's cool.
So we were promoting the chopstick, Jewish chopsticks, baby.
Dude, those could be huge.
I never had chopsticks in my Ashkenazi life.
You know, I met this guy at I went to this like Jewish startup incubator event, and these are two products that I thought were interesting. One was the cannabis infused ice cream, and then the second was a matzah dessert cracker, where they take like caramel, schmore, chocolate, and then they like
matzah crack.
yeah. So it was.
Yeah, that's so good.
Anyways, both those businesses I doubt ever took off, but just because food manufacturing is fucking very complicated and expensive, and food spoils, and there's gotta be like shelf life. Like all this fucking food we eat is like only edible because of all the fucking preservatives they stick in it and food stabilizers to make the food actually not rot. So, but I congratulate you, my friend, on being on television. Do you have the YouTube clip? Can you post it to like your Instagrams? And make shorts of it? You should like totally edit
I
it.
did. I should make some shorts. Yeah, I did. I should make shorts. That's a really good idea. I did post the clip to the Instagram on the Rewild Man. What's up?
Yeah, Rewild Man. So Danny,
It's on the Rewild Man Instagram.
Danny, what's your vision for the future? What were you gonna say, Doc?
Lots of orgasms.
Cool. What were you gonna say, Doc? Never mind. I never should have asked.
Honestly, I should have done it this past semester, but I still think I might take some. I tried it in fall, go to cooking classes, and then I was gonna do it in spring, because when I showed up in fall, everybody was like 22 and younger. And I was like going to like meet chicks that I would potentially be able to date, and we could start a relationship on food. You know, but I still might give it another shot.
What are you complaining about? 22-year-olds cooking cordon bleu? What's the problem here?
Well, I don't date women below the age of 40.
Oh, I see.
Personal preference.
What about 39 though? I mean, 38, 37. Like seriously, what's the difference?
I might give you a waiver to get in the army.
Yeah. You're 15 and you want to go fight in Germany? Sign up here, soldier.
Could you get me? Hey, could you guys get me in? Even though I'm being psyop, could you? I have celiac disease and I'm batshit crazy.
Wait, Danny, let me hear you create a clip about Darren LaHood and how he forced you to take a COVID-19 vaccine, or he was going to fire you from your job.
What's gonna happen?
I don't know, but I submitted my finalized federal complaint today, and I had some feedback on it. Coworkers said that it was amazing, but I did notice there were some spelling errors, unfortunately.
You didn't run into it.
Well, it doesn't really matter because it's just like my email response, but they're going to issue me a summary investigation after they conduct the investigation. And then the lawyer from the union, she said based on their response, she will determine whether or not she wants to represent me. But I think there's a good chance that she will, because the person that I filed the complaint against is so widely disliked by so many people.
Is that me?
No. It's somebody at the U.S. Treasury. So...
You ain't got no money we could take. What are you talking about?
I know.
Doc, you're a millionaire though.
Yeah, I am.
You're smart.
His mother was smart.
For a long time.
His mother
I still haven't,
made the
I still
fortune.
haven't even got my inheritance from her yet. She was gone in 21.
Are you serious? Well, aren't you getting a monthly stipend?
No, I don't get anything.
Oh, well. Anyways, your mom was successful,
Y'all
was she
think I'm
not?
gonna live it? Yeah. Yeah, when she died, she's worth like 20 mil.
Wow. That's big money. That's real success.
Yeah, she gave, I think she gave away about 18 of it.
Oh my gosh. Where did she bury it?
Well, she started a battered women's shelter.
Oh wow.
And a lot of it went to Habitat for Humanity.
Do you think
A
there's
lot of
battered men's
like
shelters?
Rotary Club, stuff like that.
Yeah, Rotary's big. What do you think about battered men's shelters? I've never seen a men's health clinic, and I've never seen a battered men's shelter. Why do you think that is? I mean,
Because nobody cares about men.
I know.
All I know about battered men is that my friend was working at a battered women's shelter, and then there was a transgender woman who, as we all know, is a man. So this was a battered man who was living as a battered woman. Basically a man pretending to be a battered woman. And he or she gained entry into the battered women's shelter, and then what do you think?
Rape.
No, but what's one step below rape?
Physical sexual assault?
Jerking off outside the window.
Oh, whoa. Fucking what?
And did it to 3 women in a row. So the transgender woman would sneak out of the building and go jerk off outside of somebody else's window. Oh, you can't make this shit up, bro.
Prime candidate for chemical castration right
It's
there.
like, okay, we'll have our first transgender woman ever. Don't do anything creepy like, jerk off your male penis outside of the women's bedrooms and everything will be fine. Oh, that's literally the first thing you want to do? You want to jerk off outside of their bedroom window and come on the wall outside of the house? That's what you're going to do? Okay, that's exactly what I was afraid of, but sure, go ahead. Go for it.
All right, I've rebranded the room to the MAGA USA Clown House Party. You are now all at the official party and barbecue roast with Doge MAGA.
And we're going to be using a GD57 to set the barbecue on fire.
Yeah, create shorts, put them everywhere. LinkedIn, I mean, oh my gosh, some of those, that video, probably get a lot of views with it on YouTube.
Yeah, I should do something with that.
Can't you like try to sell Rewild franchises?
I was trying to get you to fucking do one. The sad thing is, Rewild Maine already is a Rewild franchise.
Yeah.
Except I'm not the one selling it.
Yeah.
And my friend who started Rewild Portland cut me off because he said I became a right winger.
Yeah.
Are you talking about Girls Gone Wild?
No, but I actually used to work in the same building as the owner of the Girls Gone Wild brand. It was in Westwood, where RT Studios also was, which was Russia Time or whatever it is, Russia Today. But yeah, that company eventually shut down operations that I was working for. But one of the guy, his name is Scott Lynn. He's very wealthy, and he has this company called Masterworks, where he actually does crowd share funding for investments in rare pieces of artwork. And I mean, that company's probably worth like a couple $100 million at this point, if not like $1 billion. And yeah, he was not that cool of a guy, you know. I think very successful people, many of them are like extreme psychopaths, sexually, manipulation, financially, like they always have an angle, and that's one of the reasons why they are able to achieve a lot of success. But with great success can come lawsuits and everything else. But I'm trying to figure out what are the real components of success. Like when Donald Trump says, I don't know what these two countries' problems are, fuck them both, you know?
I'm literally watching that right now.
See, I love Trump because he really has like an American position.
They don't know what the fuck they're doing.
I don't know what the fuck they're doing. Don't you fucking love that guy?
I'm like, that's my commander-in-chief.
People on this app have horrible TDS. They really think that he's... I don't know if you know what Krasnov is, but that's what's considered his Russian spy code name. And people really believe it, that you know, he is essentially a co-opted and blackmailed president, and that he's the stupidest person in the world, and the only people they hate more are the Republicans in Congress. It's just, man, I mean, I'm telling you, like, I'm glad that, like, I've finally started organizing on behalf of Republicans, because if Republicans aren't highly organized, the Democrats will become, like, they're already the political industrial complex, but they're the biggest group of hypocrites you could ever meet. They're just do-gooders who talk, and it's all politics, but they'll never cut spending because they're nothing but communists and socialists. And Bernie Sanders, I don't know if you saw the Joe Rogan interview with him, but Joe Rogan destroys him over and over and over again because Bernie Sanders' narrative is bullshit. He's a fucking pickle farmer and he's worth $10 million. So he's full of shit. And they spent $1.5 billion on Kamala's campaign, and Elon Musk only spent like $150 million or something. So everybody lives in clown world and in a Democrat industrial complex, and you know, the opposition, aka the Republicans, they're not well organized, and there's tremendous infighting, and there's incredibly stupid and creepy people in the Republicans as well. So, but you know, on the Democrat side, it's like tenfold. The whole thing is like clown world. I mean, if anybody believes in genital mutilation and cutting off children's, you know, private parts and performing transgender surgeries on minors, anybody goes to a library to have a trans man sing songs to your children, like, these are people that have to be essentially doxxed and reported for being mentally retarded and stupid. There's just like no place for that type of behavior, I believe, in our society. Some people may call that transphobia, but you know what? It's not a phobia. It's essentially understanding what these people are all about, which is politics. Because really, it's just a form of gaslighting. It's like very subversive politics. Anyways, I'm about to hop in a cold shower because it's 90 degrees in my apartment. Then I'm calling an Uber to go meet this girl at Federales for tacos. What are you all doing this magnificent MAGA USA Clown House party?
Let's all give you good vibes on your date. For tacos.
Taco Tuesday's always, Taco Tuesday.
Yeah, tacos for Edmund.
Tacos para todos, everyone. Welcome to los Estados Unidos.
The Mexican kind and the furry kind. Love me a good furry taco.
However he likes them.
Me gusta la pinky taco. So I kicked Ron out earlier because that's definitely like somebody's burner account or something. I thought it was
Who?
Ron. Who's Anon? So the name of my burner account that everybody loves to hate because I'm recording them is called Anonymous, which is kind of funny. Shit, maybe I shouldn't have said that because now they're gonna search for the name and find it.
They already found it. They pulled up. I was in a room. Was her name Elena?
Yeah, she thinks she found it. Nobody has found it because I've never clicked on any profiles. So, like, it has no friends, and it's always been private.
Yeah, but she took a screenshot of all your different profiles.
Oh, I know. She's trying to create a database of me, which I love. It means I'm doing something right. It means people have to keep track of me. You know, which shows that, like,
I can't even talk 2 sentences before she kicks me out of a room.
God bless her, you know.
Hey, you know we're not friends. You know I don't like you. You have been removed from the room.
Okay, so I'm gonna step away from my phone here, but I'm gonna leave it on. I'm gonna go on mute. Requit is here. Carmen, welcome. Anon, come up on the stage if you want. Invite people to the room. This is the MAGA USA Clown House party in the Amir terrorist supporters house.
What's new, Danny?
I just had pasta made for me. It's pretty good. It has beans in it.
Peas, beans, carrots, tomatoes, yams, lambs.
We got a white sauce on it?
We got a Requin.
Hey, like
We got a Requin down there. We got a classic Requin.
maybe a vodka sauce. I don't know what he did.
We got this man not sure.
At least something I would eat.
I invited Requin.
Cornbread. Pick that. Nobody wants to see you licking your tail.
It was really hot all day and now it's raining.
About 84 outside right now. Got the front door open, the ceiling fan on, so it's not that bad. It's nice and cool in here.
I cut a big tree today, and then I cut it up into little pieces.
I always like playing with my chainsaw.
Tonighters. Okay, I hope you enjoyed this little podcast here.
Israel always tends to violate the ceasefires. They've done with Lebanon, Gaza, West Bank, Syria. They've done it multiple times. There's a track record.
It was a bit of a show, wasn't it? Like, it feels like, not even Hollywood, it feels like Bollywood. Like, you know, they go bomb, like, you know, sites that there's nothing there. And then he says it's over, and then Iran throws some rockets and warns them beforehand, and then out comes Trump, he's the hero, and he calls for ceasefire. Feels like a bit
This is a new way of war. I just don't get it. Even when they were going back and forth a long time ago, Iran would, say something in the Axios news, they would release it that they're about to do the attack. And Israel or somebody, they did the same thing. They're like, they're about to do the attack. Like, I just don't get it, man.
No, I know why Iran did it. Iran, I think, did that to save, like, okay, we have to retaliate, but we don't want America involved, because it's just gonna go shit, you know? So, here we go, we're gonna throw some so that people, they can tell their people, look, we've done something. But the funny part is, okay, well, you know, we've got America here, Trump there, and then he's like, oh, now he's swearing on national TV and acting like the peacekeeper. I don't know if you listened to the speech of the foreign minister of Iran and how he's like, he started this and now he's the peacemaker, like, so contradictory. And it's so funny.
Yep, you're right about that. Amira, did you vote for Trump? Mr. Amira,
What do
did
you
you vote for Trump?
think?
No, I never did.
Amir, what do you...
No, I never did.
I think it was a show, but at the same time, I don't think it wasn't the show, bro. So, the reason why, because they've shot a whole bunch of ballistic missiles and they did destroy a whole bunch of stuff. People died. No,
not shot for Iran. I mean, like, this was like, okay,
for America? No, for America, they put on a show. Trump did put on a show.
Yeah, and even Netanyahu, like, he comes out there, he wants a regime change, and then he talks to the people of Iran. That completely backfired on him, and then he just gives up now and says, oh, you know, now we've accomplished what we need to, but they didn't accomplish anything. They just got smashed. I know they smashed it too, but they got smashed.
Commanders, and we took control of theirs.
Yeah, but they got someone else. It's not, this is the thing, right? You can kill as many people as you like. There's going to be always someone there to replace them. You kill Ayatollah, Khamenei, he's got someone there that's probably going to be stronger and wiser and younger that would, replace him. It's always like that. This is the whole Yeah, this is the whole this is the whole ideology that you need to get rid of, which is not gonna go.
What happened to
So what if the shoe was on the other foot and they would have killed Netanyahu? Would that be a victory?
They'll replace him. No.
But still, that would
Oh yeah, he's a piece of shit. He's a piece of shit. He's dead.
Okay,
But it's not
so-
gonna
so
accomplish the mission because there will be another Netanyahu, and you've probably got thousands of them that's gonna replace him. Who might even be stronger than Netanyahu. He's gonna be more
So just to make sure I understand what you're saying. If you're in a war,
Yeah.
two countries are in a war, and they kill 8 of their top commanders and they control their airspace, it's nothing.
No. Okay, they killed, the commanders, but then they probably had someone better up there. And they still were successful because they didn't accomplish anything. They killed, they've got 90 million people there. How many of them
Yes,
did
ma'am.
they kill? One?
So
Like,
again, just to make sure I understand, so if you're in a war,
I told you.
kill 8 of the opposing side's top commanders, it doesn't mean, okay, I got it.
All
Can you tell
the
me?
people that were about to retire.
Pearl, can you tell us Israel killed the leader of Hezbollah and killed some of the commanders? And you can say with Hezbollah it didn't touch them and they're back into power and they're all good? Or maybe they're completely decimated?
Hezbollah was a militia group. Iran is a country. So the hierarchy, they're all replaceable. There are so many people. If you know, IRGC's members are more than 20 million people. So if you kill someone in the IRGC, they are replaceable and they can put someone else in there. And there are so many people who want to die for their countries. So you cannot compare these two. You cannot compare these two. A militia group with the entire 92 million population country. That's different.
But in Iran, out of 90
Even if you kill Khamenei, he's not gonna mind.
Ayatollahs, right? We hate Ayatollahs. We hate the regime. And regime is basically a personalistic regime. More, it's not completely personalistic.
So now you're
but it is.
representing the people of Iran, right?
Yeah.
Okay, because you're saying like everybody's hating like Ayatollahs. That's not true.
Majority of people hate
Not
it.
Where did you get that number from?
Yeah, that's very true.
Because you say so according to who?
Have you even
Look,
been
in
to Iran?
Iraq, once Saddam fell, country collapsed. In Libya, once Gaddafi died,
So
country
now you're
collapsed.
comparing with Gaddafi, right? That's fallacy.
Yeah, of course.
You cannot compare Iran with Libya.
Why?
These are two different countries.
Yeah,
And you cannot compare Ayatollah Khamenei with someone else.
Why not? He is.
Because two different people, two different
No, of
countries,
course
two
not,
different governments and
Who
regimes.
is Khamenei? Khamenei is a dictator.
So you say
Just like
BP. Because you say it, right?
Do majority
How many
Jews.
followers the
Because
guy
you
got
like
around
it,
the
it's
whole
religious
world?
fanatic
Like how many
who never was
followers he
elected.
got around the
According
whole
to
world? It's
who?
not even just Iran.
According to the democratic process.
According to
Right, Bibi was democracy.
Because you know,
Bibi was
1990 say
democracy.
he's a dictator.
Did anyone vote for Khamenei? Did he get elected?
Yes.
Nobody voted for him.
98.5% 40 years ago voted for Islamic Republic of Iran.
Yeah, but who cares what it was 4 years ago? Doesn't matter.
Now, in the recent election, in the last 3 recent election, 60% of people voted for the current government.
Government, but not Khamenei.
So the Khamenei is the top of the government.
No, he's
Right?
not. He's
And a defined majority.
He's a religious fanatic.
You see? You're
The
just
government-
dumbass idiot.
No, I'm not a dumb idiot.
Yes,
The
you
government-
are. That's what you
No,
are.
If you want to talk like that, okay.
Blondie, do majority Jews hate Bibi?
Probably 50-50.
He's not 50-50, he's dictator, 30 years in the power like Putin.
He got elected. It's not.
Elected 30
but-
years.
Because you like him now, all of a sudden,
No, I don't like
he's
him.
not
I
a
think
dictator.
Talk, before you talk about Iranian dictators, first talk about your own dictator.
I'm not from Israel.
You're not Jews.
But you like his agenda, right? And his government.
Okay, before you talk about Khomeini, talk about Bibi. He's been in the power 30 years. Even Putin wasn't like that.
Well,
I mean,
I've got an advice for you. It's not
He needs to
embarrassing
go.
yourself.
I'm not saying he doesn't.
Dude, stop embarrassing yourself and just being nice. You don't know what.
No, let him talk. So, do you think it's okay to be a guy to be in power for so many long
Of course
time?
not.
So, is he dictator?
And he's not a dictator, but it's still.
Oh, it's not normal, but he's not dictator.
No, he gets elected all the time. There's a democratic process there, but
why
it's
you are
absolutely,
not
it's
saying
absolutely
the
not
other
okay.
way
It should
around?
be.
He's the war criminal and convicted by International Court ICC, and then on the other hand, he has arrest warrant over 163 countries. But you're not saying that. But you're saying combination.
We're not discussing that.
Why not?
That's
Same dictatorship in Israel is
you
same.
know what the whataboutism fallacy is? That's what you are doing. That's a fallacy.
No, there's no fallacy. We're not
Yes, that's what
discussing
you're doing.
that.
You don't want to talk to someone that is like killed 55,000 people. He's a war criminal, but you want to talk to someone about something else because you don't like him and say he's a dictator. That's exactly what you're doing. Whataboutism fallacy. And you know that I roasted you? Stop embarrassing yourself and leave the room right now.
No. So this logic, majority Jews hate Bibi. They went to the streets and had bigger protests than Iranians had. Why don't you say majority Jews hate Bibi? What do you mean? You haven't seen all those thousand people?
I don't know.
Oh, you counted, right? No, it's 48%. 48%. How did you count? It's 50%.
And there's 36 million plus people.
Okay, based on what you making, based on what you're saying, it's 50%. Based on
the election results.
Making up? No.
Okay, so you know what happened to the last election? You know what happened? After Zan Zandagi Azadi, that's the only last election that we have less than 50%, which is 48, roughly 50. But I don't want to justify it. After Zan Zandagi Azadi, that was funded by Zionist regime, people came to the street and wanted to overthrow the current regime, and then they didn't. They weren't able to do it. And then that's why some people got arrested, some people maybe got shot in the face. So that was the creeps, right? And it was during also Corona, so that's the other thing. But when you say that it's majority of people, they want to topple the regime, that's wrong. Because prior to that election, we had another election, 68% voted in that election. So that's wrong.
Now, based on his logic, a lot of Jews went to the streets of Tel Aviv and were protesting. That means we should invade Israel because the dictatorship, the Bibi don't want to leave the power. And
It's
Jews
not a
don't
dictatorship, it's a democracy.
You haven't seen the process. What democracy? Do you know that journalists have to report to the censor? They have a special office. You have to report there before you publish your article, and they give you permission. Did you know
What is
about
that? What is that office called?
You said censorship something directory. You have to give them your articles, then they give you permission. If you don't do that, they will cancel your credentials and can ban you from country.
In the recent incident, the 12-day war, so if they record something from the street and post on the internet, they could get fined up to 10,000, and also they would throw that person behind the bars. So what kind of democracy or freedom of expression and freedom of speech is that?
They have official position called chief censor. They have a special department that you have to report before you publish something. You have to submit your article to them, and then they give you permission, and after that you can publish it. If you don't do that, they will cancel your accreditation and ban you from the country.
You said it's called censorship directory?
Yeah.
Okay, I just looked it up, it doesn't exist.
Okay, I can show you. This even have an official position called chief censor. Let me give you this link.
Okay.
It's something in the military, in the military defense, something to do with defense, military defense.
Well, if it has to do with military and defense, it's about making sure that sensitive information inside military.
All journalists have to report them.
Hold on, please, sir. I understand. Sir, I understand your point. But I want you to understand that what they're trying to make sure of is that sensitive information from the military is not released to the public. For instance, how many people are actively fighting right now in Israel? is never reported.
So
The reason it's
before
never
Listen, you didn't get it. Journalists have to submit their articles.
No, sir, I understand. Sir, I understand everything that you're saying, and I'm correcting your statement. That's all.
So they were recording from the street after the attack, and they got arrested. They were fined for that, and they were banned. So, and also the name of the ministry is called the Israeli Military Censor. Just so
It's
you
the
know.
military censor to make sure
Yes,
that
it's
the
military, but they
inside
are on
the
the
military.
street of Tel Aviv everywhere. They are tracking you
That's
down
incorrect, sir.
on
That's
internet.
incorrect, sir.
Internet. That is correct because they were putting all this information on the internet, and they were fined. They were banned from the country, and they were deported.
Okay, who was banned from the country?
A lot of people. I cannot give you
Maybe
every single
journalists.
number.
No, can you pick a journalist that was banned because they violated this
I don't
censorship?
have that information because I'm not a
You don't have that
journalist. I'm here to talk.
So if you don't have that information, then how are you reporting on it?
So you want me to give you every single name of those people?
No, sir. I just said, can you pick one person who
So
has
that's
happened
another
to
fallacy.
then told their story?
You want to debunk my argument because I don't have the name of that person?
If you're telling me that something's happening within the country and that
Yes,
there's
that's happening. I read an article. It's all over the
hold on, my
internet.
friend. Hold on,
Listen, we can find them. We can find a lot of Al Jazeera
Just why
journalists.
don't you go do your own research?
I did the research, and the research shows that what you're saying
And
is wrong.
but like a few minutes ago, you also said there is no censorship. Right now, I did Google because I didn't know the name of the ministry. It says, what is the military censorship in Israel? It says the Israeli military censor, the IDF director has an intelligence to track down people who is putting the information from the street, from the war, from everything out there Israeli regarding to the publication of information that might affect the security of Israel. But in reality,
He's talking about from within the military.
No.
And I literally said that like 4 times.
Journalists being tracking down.
I literally just told, and you literally just read it in the title. But what you're trying to
Remember
make
a few minutes ago
is that there. Hold on,
you
sir.
remember
Hold
a
on,
few
sir.
minutes ago, you just
still
said
talking.
that I know, but you're
Okay,
not
so
the one
in
who
order
only
for us
here
to hear
talking,
each other,
right?
we can't
You're
talk
back and
over
forth.
each other.
We can.
In order for us to hear each other, we can't talk each other.
Because a few minutes ago you said
maybe you can, but I can't hear you because I'm still
Okay.
talking.
You wanna occupy me, or you wanna bomb the shit out of my country?
No. We can give them journalist names and everything.
No, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna keep talking.
History to every single person.
Okay, so you can't find one person. If we did it to a whole bunch of people.
I told you. You just denied that even this military censorship where existed.
Military censorship is to make sure that
And
military.
now you agreed on it. Now you want to debunk my argument with a fallacy saying because I don't know a single name, that means
No, sir,
I'm
that's
wrong.
not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that
You're
what
only
you're making
saying-
reference to is that reports from the military don't go out to the public.
No,
That's why it's called the military censorship.
They put all those people to track down all the journalists that putting out the information that they don't like and they deport them.
So there's no reports from one of those deported people. So how did you get this
There is a
information?
report put out.
Okay, if
Okay,
we
so
give you the names, what are you gonna do if you give you the names?
I'm gonna look it up.
Amir, please go ahead and then put it on the Google.
Every year they ban many articles, press.
After
and-
that, also
did you
you're
have
gonna be
one
nice.
name
But
of
give
an
me a few
author
moments.
or-
If you are eager to hear some names, I'm gonna give you some names.
Yes, please, thank you.
It's a law in Israel. I mean, come on, you're gonna.
I understand that, sir. I'm just waiting for a name. I appreciate it.
Alright?
Al Jazeera journalist Omar Faid, he was deported. That's one of them. Go ahead, Omar Faid.
Okay, did he work
We know that
did he work
Greta
for the
Thunberg-
military?
Listen, Greta Thunberg and the entire people
Does she work for Israel? Does she work for the military? No. So try
She's a journalist. What do you not
I said
understanding?
journalist. Now you're trying to
He's playing dumb.
avoiding. Dude, you know that I have names right now because I just Googled. And you are trying to shift it from the question that you said, give me a name, the journalists were deported. I'm telling you the names right now, and you say were they from the military. So
Greta Thunberg is not working.
what about all the
Israeli
journalists on that ship? They were all deported. How about that?
Well, in order for them to be deported, they have to get into the country. They never made it here.
They were in the country.
They were in the country.
They were never in the country.
They took them in the custody, and then they deported them after 12 hours.
They were never in the country to report anything. Their flotilla got stopped. They got arrested, and then they got deported.
How you get deported if you're not in the country?
She got deported. She landed on Israel. You know, yesterday you said James Baldwin never went to Israel. You were wrong.
And I corrected myself. That wasn't yesterday.
Yeah, you could be wrong. Maybe you're wrong right here too.
And maybe I'm not.
Oh, a lot of Jews were banned from going to Israel because of that deportation.
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam. It's okay. I'll still give you one more time to try to.
I don't talk to you because I think you're mentally unwell. You're mentally unwell. There's something mentally unwell with you.
I don't want to disrespect you, but I think you're true. I think you're
mentally unwell.
Because whatever I say, you're shifting it from
so then why are you
and just trying to do it. And that's not counter argument. When I have an argument, in order to debunk it, you have to give me counter argument. Not shifting
He just likes to argue. He just likes to argue.
The counter argument that I gave you was that what you're talking about is specifically for military reporting.
I love the new decoration in Tel Aviv. It's beautiful. I love it. I love those buildings falling.
Okay.
Gorgeous.
What about the Rabbi Shamuli's dildo shop getting bombed by Iran?
Were there dildos everywhere? Like, all on the street?
They could be. I don't know. We'll have to dive into it.
Astaghfirullah, that's really disgusting. A holy place like that, and you have a sex shop there. That's disgusting.
They even have a pork chop in there. They serve pork.
Disgusting.
So sad.
Oh, what the fuck is what the fuck is he? Why does he do that, man?
Pork? That's not kosher.
Yeah, they serve pork. So the topic is about Israel. That Israel just spoke on the Trump face. Hell yeah, because money talk bullshit what, brother?
It's not about money. Well, it is about money. They want to have a central bank in Iran. So this is why they want to do this.
So that's why I'm telling you, bro. Like, but you know what?
Why do we want a central bank in Iran?
Who's we?
Why?
The powers that be.
Okay, so but the why there? Look,
can you answer the question?
I'm sorry
why
to
do
come.
we want a central bank in Iran?
All right, so
The
listen.
powers
Why?
that be want the central bank in Iran. And they
Hell
told you
that.
that the reason is
Look.
Who's they?
Look, I want to
Who's
explain
they?
to you. I will explain. Listen.
No, you don't need to explain that. I know. He's asking.
Okay, if you know that, so why you asking the question, bro?
He's asking. I didn't ask.
All right, so the Israel, look.
Got the black Jews.
All right. The Israel people, like, oh, they say they're strong, so why the fuck they need the people for their help? And, America, please help me.
Iran just proved they're not strong.
Yeah, Iran is strong. Iran is strong.
Iran made their sky light up.
Because
Iran is not strong, but Bibi is in Greece.
Nah, it is.
Yeah,
Don't worry about it.
Miami at that wedding.
No, he's actually here this room.
Trust me, like, you know, the most important thing making money.
Under the hospital.
Yeah, yes.
Israel deserved that. Look, Israel deserved that. You know what?
Yeah, they did.
They deserve that. Now they're feeling with the penny. Yep.
The world is watching, and this.
Bro, the karma's a bitch.
Yeah,
The world is watching, and the world watched us kill 8 of their top commanders and take control of their airspace.
And the world also watched the head of Mossad get killed as well, but y'all trying to keep that on the hush.
Who was the head of Mossad that got killed?
You don't know?
What was his or her name?
No.
Who's the head of Mossad?
You tell me. You made the statement.
You don't know. You're in Israel. You don't know this?
It wasn't Epstein. It wasn't Epstein.
Bro, he don't know about his own country.
And why do we want a central bank in Iran? Please explain yourself.
Bro, well, fuck
Who
that shit.
created? All right. No. Who created Israel?
Yeah, tell me that. You don't know that.
You're in Israel.
The Protestant, the fact.
Nah, the Zionists created Israel. The Zionists, the Rothschilds created Israel. The Rothschilds.
They supported Israel. Now there are 6 countries that are Protestant. They're supporting Israel until right now. The Catholic, they hate Israel. They hate Jews.
No, the Catholic does not hate Jews. The Jews are taught to hate everybody. Let's not do that.
Yeah,
in Israel, they're taught to disrespect everybody and spit in people's faces and everything. That's a fact.
Consider
and they gave you the Mossad chief in the chat if you needed that Israeli. Because I know they're suppressing the news over there. You're not getting the truth. That might be a good solution to save the world.
Let's dive into who created the Jewish state, right? It was actually
Protestant.
Doctor, bro, I don't like bullshit. Oh my God.
To history.
Doctor, stop bullshitting in my rooms, please. Don't do that, okay?
That's my major.
Hey, what's up, Edward? Assalamu alaikum. Okay. We're sitting the audience right now. Thank you.
How are you in Israel? You don't know this.
So the Zionists, right? This whole state was actually created by, pretty much by the militia gangs, right? These were Zionist Jewish militia gangs. They're the one that actually, went from village to village to ethnically cleanse the Palestinians, and then it turned into a full-blown war in 1948. And that's where some people they get their history facts wrong. And we're not talking about the Zionist movement. Yes, it started. It was started a long time ago, but then it died down, and then it got picked up again by evangelicals in the 18th century, right? Sure, we could debate on that, no problem. But the actual day of the creation, it was the year was 1948. And 1947, you see a whole bunch of shit going on. I mean, the U.S. president was being terrorized. He was sent letter bombs by a Jewish militia gang, the Stern gang. Letter bombs and a whole bunch of other shit. They did the King David Hotel bomb in 46, and they wanted to scare the fuck out the British because British decided not to give them the state after the White Papers in 1937 and whatnot. What's up with you, Edward? Any new news? Ceasefire, it didn't go through, and then it went through, and then it didn't go through. It was violated. Did you see it? Nobody listened to it.
What it looks like to me is Israel and the U.S. Basically imposed a ceasefire on Iran, which is the weirdest thing to say. Like, they imposed a ceasefire on a country because they were getting their asses beat. So that's what they did. But what did you see? What Trump said? He was pretty pissed at Israel.
Yeah, he said the F word and Israel in the same sentence.
Yeah,
we're getting our asses beat if we killed 8 of their top commanders. Explain that to me.
I'll just look at your country. So
it's beautiful and it's still thriving despite the rockets.
You rebuilt that quick? That's amazing. You should really patent that technology, and I mean that would really transform the world. Rebuilding from rubble to beauty. Unless you think rubble is beauty.
They got the right iron dome. They're saying this.
No, he doesn't make sense. But really, we should really talk about
the commanders. They only killed one.
So no matter how many commanders they killed, it doesn't translate to a victory or a loss. That's not how it works. You got to take everything together.
No,
and it was Israel.
It was a stand. It's a.
No, Israel was the one that wanted
Israel got their ass kicked.
Yeah, Israel wanted the ceasefire.
Let me make sure I understand. If you and I are involved in a conflict, in a war.
No, they started the conflict. Say the word story. They started the conflict.
Okay, great.
Either way.
Edward.
Say that. Say the truth, please, Jim.
You killed my commanders? What does that mean?
You killed all the Iranian commanders?
No, Edward, listen to my question. If you are involved in a conflict and you killed 8
When
of my
he's finished, I'm gonna
commanders,
talk.
No, it doesn't. I mean, it matters if I have 800 commanders.
Let Wednesday speak.
What if I had 8,000 commanders? That doesn't make sense. Like, your question doesn't make sense. There's no personality.
That's an invalid question. That doesn't win anything.
No. But
Well,
the
no,
most important.
I think a New York Times article came out. A New York Times article came out that showed that Israel Mossad, which is their version of the CIA, warned generals in Iran that they were coming for them 12 hours in advance. Said we're going to kill you and their children, their wives and their children. What kind of terrorist group is this?
The Mossad
I'll get it. Don't worry about it.
The Mossad is why
They are a fucking terrorist group. This is supposed to be a democratic country, the only democratic country in the Middle East. Fuck Israel, bro. And I will.
Here's how Israel did lose.
For Jeffrey Epstein.
Let's hang on a second. So go on, Edward, and then I'm going to pass the mic.
Yeah, here's how Israel did lose this battle, and the war is not over because this is a cessation of hostilities, not a ceasefire. Israel, showed its cards in Iran. All the Mossad agents and their proxies that were working for them, what they were doing to, building these factories. So Iran now is going to make sure that, that trick can't be used again. And that's a massive force multiplier that Israel had and they used. And at the end of the day, Iran has their nuclear program. Nothing has changed except Israel has lost billions upon billions of dollars in infrastructure. Not that Iran hasn't lost, but Israel, it's lost people leaving the country. That's a negative. It's also lost in terms of just raw military resources. They pretty much ran out of the air defense missiles, and from what they used, I mean, it's cost, I don't know, almost $300 million a day over 12 days. That's about $3.6 billion. I think it's about 3.3 or $3.4 billion is what it cost Israel. That's a massive amount for a small country like Israel. I mean, for us,
blood down. That's how they 30% of their wealth come from.
How many military commanders are dead?
You're using the wrong metric. We don't know. We don't know.
No, the head of the Mossad, they killed the head of the Mossad. And they're suppressing that
commanders are dead.
That's not a metric, though. That's not a proper metric. We don't. Number one, we don't know how many are dead. Number two, it doesn't matter.
Giving out all your news. You can't sit there and say, y'all publicizing all your.
Can we do one person at a time? Please, brother.
If Iran killed, let's say, Iran killed five Israeli commanders.
Possible.
If we're in a war with each other, the people who are running the war are the military cabinet. If you kill members of my military cabinet, then that means that I'm losing the war, because members who are architecting the war on my side are dead.
You're talking about traditional
Did the war continue?
Traditional war. That's a lie.
Did the war continue?
Run back, man.
They've been 40 years under this pressure. 40 years.
Let me just say, the war continued. Iran was not degraded, so losing those commanders did not impact Iran's capabilities at all. As a matter of fact, it was not Iran. It was literally Netanyahu begging for a ceasefire. And actually confused Iran. Iran just woke up one day and said, and U.S. said, okay, there's a ceasefire now, and Iran was like, well, there is. Well, no one told us. Okay, well, we'll stop.
So just to make sure,
literally how it happened.
Okay, I got you. So just to make sure I understand you clearly.
We need Zach's voice. Hold on a second, Ariel. We need somebody from your side, a different voice. Zach, did you want to speak?
Yeah, someone more logical. That would be great.
Zach is.
Yeah, thank you guys. I appreciate that. To be honest with you,
see, I have a lot of respect for you, Zach. See, give me
I have respect for you as well. I appreciate you, my brother. Now listen.
Maybe y'all could share some niche together.
Okay, so to be honest, all right. See, you're proving my point. You're proving my point. The problem is, no, you're proving my point, which is that I haven't been able to really figure out what the hell you guys are talking about because you're talking over each other. Ariel, I wanted to make a request. Is there any way that you could increase your microphone volume, my brother? Please try to speak a little louder.
How do you know his pronoun? There's 72 genders out there. How do you know that he's your
I
brother?
don't know. I took a risk.
You mean increase or decrease? I think
he's just fine.
Edward is very loud.
Mario, the article's in the
Okay,
chat.
I'm gonna go back on mute.
Yeah, I am loud.
Do you want to make a statement, Zach?
No, I want to keep listening because I don't really know what you guys are talking about.
Okay, we're just fighting. Go on.
Can I start it?
No.
Yeah.
Well, let's have my friend.
We need Caleb up here. We need Caleb up here. We need Caleb to fight. Come on up, Caleb. We need a balance. We need one that's a soft fighter like Caleb, and then we need one that's a hardcore fighter like Zach. You know, when he loses it, he loses.
No, listen, Caleb is not soft when he's around other Zionists. I've witnessed that twice already. So he's not, he's not what you guys may think he is.
Who was the guy earlier that admitted he was a Zionist? Is that Ariel? That was this
Yeah,
morning.
this guy over here. He likes to kill Palestinian babies, yeah, him.
Yeah, the baby killing. That's disgusting. And if your people had suffered a genocide, why would they want to do it to somebody else?
I keep telling you.
That just proves. Hold on, I'm not done talking. That just proves that never really happened.
Okay, I keep telling you.
Hitler was a Jew. Hitler died in Cuba.
Actually, Ariel is Black American, so I'm still trying to figure out why he's being an oppressor to the Palestinians.
I keep telling you,
I don't understand that.
His pockets free. They keep his pockets
Y'all
free.
shouldn't talk reckless to me if you think I'm a baby killer. It's simple mathematics.
I could care less.
I can't hear anything you're saying.
Anyways, let's get back to the topic. I think we're getting derailed here. The topic of the room is did Israel just spit in Trump's face? It did. According to the data, it did. And not only spit, I think he threw up on Trump's face, I think. Israel and the people that are inside
It wouldn't be the
Israel.
first time they violated. Israel bombed the American ship not too long ago. Nobody, not 200 people died. Nobody did nothing.
What's the name of the ship?
What's up, Aziz? Assalamualaikum, man.
I can find it right now.
When was this?
You don't know about this. I'm gonna show you.
Well, you said
I'm enlightening you.
long ago.
All right, when the time Israel was built.
You're talking about the Liberty.
The USS Liberty.
That's the Liberty.
They bombed
the USS Liberty. I think it was an accident.
So they are allies.
It wasn't an accident.
They are allies.
So what's your explanation then, Ariel?
I mean, my explanation doesn't matter. What matters is the explanation that was provided by the people who did it.
All right, so
what was their explanation?
I mean, it's well documented. We can all read it together if you like.
Well, I don't know how to read.
That makes two of us.
You didn't know the shit though.
No, I did. I said USS Liberty.
Nah, I'm not talking about you.
I assume he knew it as well. He was
Sir, you literally just said that Hitler died in Cuba, so you need to just take a bench. Just take a powder. Put your...
The truth, bro.
No, he died in New Jersey.
He died in Jersey.
I think it was in Detroit, Michigan.
He killed himself, right?
No,
was it Detroit, Michigan, Edward?
It was a
Amir, not even Hitler would go to Detroit.
He was a horrible.
That was a good one. That was a good one.
He's from Detroit, by the way. This character.
I am Ariel. Yep.
If you're gonna make it about me, at least change the book title.
Okay, we're gonna change it. The next thing I brought it up, to the speed was, is this so-called ceasefire gonna hold? I don't think it's gonna hold. We've seen Israel violate ceasefires, truce multiple times, and I don't think it's gonna hold. Normal was complaining in the chat that, oh, look at Iran violating. It was actually Israel that violated the ceasefire, Normal. You should get your facts straight. Back straight on
No one knows where this missile came from. This missile that one missile that went into Israel that was intercepted, and no one knows where it came from. And it sounded almost like Trump knew. Trump, when Trump was talking, like how did he put it? You know, I forgot how he put it, but it's like he was questioning that it came from Iran. So it made it sound like he knew. Because they have satellites, and he can't say everything that he knows, obviously. It gives away the capabilities of the U.S.'s intelligence, but, you know, it sounded like he knew that Iran did not fire that missile.
Is that your assumption, or do you have access to inside information?
No, it's my assumption.
Okay, well, your assumption doesn't mean anything in the face of facts, so if you post an article like already.
Well, as soon as you start posting facts, I will stop posting assumptions for you.
You don't post assumptions, and that made no sense, sir. Try again.
I will stop using assumptions when you start using facts that are relevant and you're able to connect them to the conversation.
I put the link in the chat for you, Ariel. Ariel, put the link in the chat. Ariel, put the link in the chat. Go click on it. Thank you. I put the link in the chat. You can read up on it, and it's a very good link. It's double, two links in there together, side by side. I think that's where we're at right now, and ceasefire, it's not meant to happen. They're
It's
just
not gonna last.
bullshitting, right?
It's not gonna last.
Did you click on the link?
I don't think.
That's a link right there.
I don't think Iran wanted a ceasefire. I think Israel wanted a ceasefire because I think their anti-aircraft, anti-missile defense system was just not operational.
And it was running low. Something was running low also.
Yeah. So I think
they bombed.
Yeah.
Yeah, they bombed fucking the Gaza Strip so much. Like, you know, they don't got enough. They're gonna pick a fight with a fucking bear and don't got enough.
They were using bombs in Wednesday in Gaza because they're able to get into the airspace. This is what confuses me, because we don't know exactly, and Iran is very good at not telling anybody anything. Anyways, it doesn't matter.
Right.
They were using missiles, a lot of ballistic missiles, meaning Israel. They were using a lot of missiles. And those missiles were on their fighter jets, right? However, bombs, the 2,000-pound bombs, for example, that they used in Gaza, would do way more damage. So why weren't you using the bombs? But the bombs require you to go into Iran and drop them.
No, because
so why weren't you using them?
Because those bombs are. How far is Gaza from, let's say, Jerusalem? Do you know?
Amir, I'm sorry. Do you really think that Ariel knows anything about weapons?
He doesn't know. I mean, he can't form a thought that is coherent enough for me to follow. I'm sorry. Assalamu alaikum, Faiz. I think Faiz came in.
Assalamu alaikum.
Hi, Faiz.
Wednesday. How are you guys?
Very good. We're just listening to Ariel. We're listening to Ariel.
You know, Ariel pretending he's a military man when he don't know shit.
Madam, you live with your parents. Stop that.
What the fuck are you talking about? I live with my parents.
I also read that.
Ariel is everything that you want him to be.
We also read that article.
This fucking weirdo thinks I live with my parents.
We need another.
All right, we need a Palestinian door in here because Ariel's acting up.
See how easy it is for me to change the rule? Because you all are so easy.
We need another Ariel, man. We need
Anyway.
It sits well with me. It sits well.
Sorry, Wednesday.
Anyway, Iran lost because. Iran lost. Israel lost because Iran still has its uranium. No, it's not.
I mean, they failed.
Freud was a drug addict.
Well,
Freud was a drug addict. Freud was a drug addict. Shut that up.
Y'all got something.
And he had mommy issues.
That's your man. That's your man.
Well, I just want to say.
No, that's your father, the crackhead.
That's crazy. Well, I just want to say that Israel failed every objective.
He denied his crackhead father. That's that.
They didn't overthrow the IRGC. They didn't throw the IRGC. They didn't take out the nukes, and they didn't destroy the ballistics. So they did nothing. They just kind of got bombed, and then Trump shouted at them. That's it.
But they also showed that their Iron Dome is not worth shit. Like, if anybody buys that shit, it's crazy.
Wednesday, you're going to use that bar. Use it right.
No, but
Well, don't you worry about what I use. Mind your business. Use some soap. How about
iron deficiency. That's what they call
use
it.
some soap
They call it
and a washcloth. Nasty.
It's called the wash rag. Right?
No, it's cloth. And I think you stopped
Ask
using it.
Ask U.S. ambassador in UN. She will tell you what Israel does in the region.
But you talk to her, put her on the phone. I want to holler at her. She owes me $5.
She said it. Israel is.
No, you owe some chick on here money, nasty.
There was actually, bringing up the UN, the UK ambassador, because take a look at the video, she was extremely nervous after, what was it? The Russian ambassador accused the UK of taking part in the attack against Iran, and and the UK ambassador was at the UN, and she was denying it, and she was extremely nervous and saying we absolutely were not involved. We did not perform any actions, any attacks against Iran. Wasn't the president, the ambassador or whatever, is irresponsible. But you could tell, like, she did not want her country to come under Iran's wrath, quote unquote. Those are my words.
No, Edward, even the Foreign Secretary David Lammy of UK, he tweeted that we have not participated in the attacks against Iran. It was funny because, the very fact that he had to mention it, he had to tweet about it, says that they were scared. They didn't want to get involved in the war. So
Iran is formidable. That's why.
Yeah. But anyway,
that's why they had to mention it.
Yeah. But anyway, before we talk further on the Iran issue, let me just remind everybody that 2 million Palestinians are still being starved by US and Israel in Gaza. The death toll of the aid seekers has almost touched about 400 now, and 3,000 are seriously injured, and a few dozens of Palestinians who went to get the aid, they are missing. So I thought let's not forget them when we are talking.
Yes, thank you. Thank you.
We won't ever forget them.
They'll be alright. They just need to walk it off. They'll deal. That's right.
Yeah, so does your dad. So does your dad.
Yep. So is your dad. I agree 100%.
No sympathy. I have no sympathy.
Your dad died in debt.
Somebody played that new Kanye.
He can't walk you guys because he's dead.
No. I said he died in debt. In debt. He died owing money.
Anyways, I think we're gonna pivot. I know Ariel's attention whore, so let's calm down. And so I put the link in the chat. El Normo is saying we destroyed nuclear facility. I mean, El Normo, just like hold on. When is the police speaking? Yeah. Just like always, El Normo is the number one bullshit guy on this app, and I'm sure in real life as well. I don't know how he puts on this persona, right? I put the link in the chat. According to Reuters, there's an intelligence report. U.S. strikes failed to destroy Iran's nuclear sites. This is intelligence report are saying, right? Not me, the intelligence reports, right? So we go based on the U.S. Data because I'm an American, just like you are, Normal. I understand you you love Israel so much, right? But I think you need to be careful with what you say. A lot of times you say nothing but bullshit. And I like you staying in the audience so I can keep on giving you links and data to pretty much debunk all of your bullshit claims. That's how it works. And I don't think I should ever bring you up on the stage anymore because you like to dominate the space and we can't even have a conversation.
Can I add on, Ahmed, to what you said? One of the Israeli experts, military experts, gave an interview. I've been trying to access that since 2 to 3 days because I didn't save that interview. He said that this was before the ceasefire was announced. He said that we underestimated the number of missiles and the precision and technological advancement in the missile system of Iran. We thought if we could destroy 1,000 missiles and about 200 launchers, missile launchers, we should be able to wrap it up. But it looks like even after destroying 200 missile launchers, they are able to continue the barrage. So we did, we underestimated the power of Iranian missile system. This is one thing that he said. Then there is another report that says that Iran, the total cost to Iran because of this war is about $40 million, whereas the total cost to Israel, which in fact is to the US, because US taxpayers are going to pay for this at the end of the day. Israel and people like El Normo who are loyal to Israel, but they live in the US to suck the taxpayers out of their money for the Israelis. So that is ranging something like $1.5 billion. So Israel has incurred $1.5 billion, and for Iran the cost is less than 50 billion. So that is where that thing starts.
And that's just military, right?
Yeah, just military. We are not talking about economic and financial.
Well, how does that system work, Fayez, if you're not American? How do you know this?
The other one important thing is Iran was able to take out or destroy many of the critical components of the military government system in Israel. The one that they took out in Beersheba, that is the IDF, it's called IDF C4I, that's the Communications and Intelligence Wing. They took it out in Beersheba. They also took out the Kiryat, which is the Pentagon of Israel in Tel Aviv. They also destroyed Weizmann Scientific Research Center, which was basically their brain for creating bombs, creating AI tools, and creating drones which attack and kill civilians. So that is also gone, destroyed. They believe that the cost to rebuild and bring it up again, the Weizmann Center alone would be about $50 million. Then they also destroyed the Haifa oil refinery. They also destroyed a part of the Haifa port. They destroyed the one more center, military center. It's called the Mossad Unit 8200. I believe it is the intelligence wing of the Mossad.
Cyber security, or cyber warfare.
Security.
IDF or I in Beersheba was not destroyed.
So they also have been, that also has been destroyed, and I believe they said it is, I mean, these are all in the social media. They said that it is revenge for the Beeper attack in Lebanon against the Hezbollah. So significant attacks have taken place, significant buildings have been destroyed. So they have been precisely targeting what needed to be targeted. So this
IDF-C4I was not destroyed. You just made that up.
Another thing.
No, that was in the news. They have videos.
I literally just looked it up and it didn't even come up.
Well, I mean, there were videos on everything that you look up. It's going to tell you that it wasn't destroyed.
It's okay. Aziz, go ahead, Aziz, make it.
Yeah, I was going to say, one of the biggest shipping company in the world, I think it's called Maersk, they confirmed they're halting shipments to Haifa because they believe it's a big threat. So, yeah, so that's massive. The biggest shipping company.
They take out
yeah, the biggest shipping company in the world. So,
They don't have a port. I don't think they have a port in Haifa anymore. Isn't it mostly?
No, what happened? Two things happened. Edward, two issues. Two issues happened that got my country involved in the war. In the sense, number one, the Haifa port is managed by an Indian billionaire. Okay, and I believe Adani. So he reached out, I believe, not him. He got the Indian government to reach out to the Iranians and request them not to, attack Haifa port, because the Indian government has a very good, rapport with the Iranian government. They saved it. So this is in the realm of speculation. So 1 minute, Megzit. So this is one thing that I heard. So there is possibility that, even though they targeted it, they may not have they might have let it off in the sense they didn't destroy it completely. The other thing which got proved, because in the Indian media, I read about Indian government reaching out to the Israeli authorities, asking them to allow protection or let the Indian citizens working in Israel when to get protection in the bunkers or in the bomb shelters, because there were a lot of reports of Indians and many other nationalities being refused shelter in the underground bomb shelters. So this is one. These are the two news related to Israel that I got to see in the last 2 weeks in Indian media.
Yeah. A lot of Africans.
Why does that matter when the majority of the infrastructures have bomb
A lot of the
shelters?
ethnic minorities is just, I've seen a lot of videos of the
What is an
African
ethnic
Americans.
Sorry.
You know what.
Is this guy AI or something?
Look in the mirror, brother.
Yeah.
No. He doesn't see that.
He doesn't see that. He doesn't realize. So yeah, we've seen a lot of videos of the ethnic minorities.
What is define ethnic?
So just be quiet.
Oh my God! Can we just ignore him?
Yeah. So we've seen a lot of the videos where they sort of, they were turned down from the shows and stuff, which is a shame really, because democracy and freedom and all that crap they spew, right? They had an opportunity to prove it and they didn't. It's a shame.
Freedom and democracy.
And all that stuff, opportunity and liberation and hope and all that stuff they talk about.
And how are you stopping your own people from leaving the country?
Manchester is exonerated.
You know what? What is that guy's name who founded this clubhouse? Rohan, right? And one more guy. I'm going to suggest to them that they create a creche facility on this app so that kids like Ariel can be sent there when adults are talking.
And all the crash out people could crash out with each other.
Yeah, I mean,
Table for Indians that comment on Israel, they've never even been there.
sorry,
Why would you want to go to a shithole?
Anyway, Megzit, go ahead and make your point, Megzit. You wanted to say something.
Oh, I didn't want to say anything specific other than how stupid you are.
Oh, that was real mature.
Wow.
I didn't know that.
That was so mature.
Thank you.
Yeah, that was
Wait.
after a long break, that's all you could come up with.
Edward, it's okay. Thank you, Megzit. When you entered my room, this room, I had a doubt. If Megzit is entering a room, then I must really be stupid, because I'm attracting a lot of stupid Zionists.
Well, Mixed has to give his balls back. Has to get his balls back from his wife, because she clipped him a long time ago.
Are you gonna come up to Mike and say, the only thing I have to say is you're stupid?
Actually, yeah, we saw the video, Megzat.
You wanted my thoughts on the.
That's you, right, in the video? We saw that on the reality TV network, right? Yeah, you were, I guess you were having a problem having sex or whatever with your wife, right? Having the blanket on.
Whoa, what?
That's what I heard, yeah.
Well, Amir,
So, look, next time, Megzat, if you disrespect anybody in this fucking app or in this room, I'm gonna make sure I'll spread this all over the place, okay?
You're in the
So just shut the fuck up. It doesn't matter. You're a dumbass. You're a fucking dumbass.
Amir, can I just say that there's a reason why he couldn't get it up. I mean, he was demasculated because he works for his wife at a collection agency. So his wife is his boss. So, she works.
So basically, his balls are in her purse. Okay.
Yeah, she literally gives him his paycheck.
Guys, you know what? Amir, you remember you sent me that Hasbara.
Yeah, how's my wife gonna save you guys?
All right, empathy. You're saying empathy, Faiz? I'll show empathy. Mick said, I empathize with you, and I understand why you couldn't get you just couldn't get it up. You were impotent, and I understand being demasculated because you work for your wife.
Gaza now? Are you gonna move? Do you call her the Big Mac? Do you call her the Big Mac?
Wait.
No, guys.
All you do is think about the wives of Jews.
The wives of Jews. You were literally. You have a series on
It's
TV.
ugly. What are you talking about?
You put yourself on TV.
She wears a wig as well.
I mean, I'm
Why would they do that?
She got hit by
Why
the
would
ugly
they do
stick.
that?
She got hit by she got hit by an ugly stick,
Why
ugly
wear
truck,
a
ugly
wig?
building, ugly everything.
You guys, you think about it, right?
Guys, let's get back to the topic.
Country burn. Get distracted.
Let's get back to the topic.
See, you hear anything about Gaza, Faye?
Of a
Yes, Edward. Let's get back to the topic because the idea, Megzed, Megzed and people like Megzed, they come here and try to.
Have you ever let's move on. Let's move on. Guys, I just want to say,
this is one of the Hasbara points.
He's hurt.
Yeah,
one of the Hasbara points. One of the Hasbara points, is that when you don't have an answer, don't let the other guy spill truths. Stop him by any means, even if that means instigating that guy.
Calling him stupid.
Call him something. Call him stupid. Call him this. Call him that. Instigate him so that he gets emotional. He gets upset, and the point that is being discussed is derailed. This is Hasbara. Okay, exactly from the book of Hasbara. Thank you. Amir shared it with me. I'm so thankful to Amir.
Yeah, I got it too.
I exactly know what to do when these things happen. So if I'm going to bring Megzed up and I'm going to ask him what was the point, the minute I ask him what made him think that I'm stupid, he will tell what made him think, because usually what happens is when you tell something that is the truth and they don't have they cannot deny it, they will say you are a liar, you are
people.
So that's what Ariel does all the time. Ariel does that all the time. You can't have a real good conversation with him. All he does is derail the conversation over and over and over and over again.
Why are all the Zionists like E-list celebrities on this app? They're all like a weird TV show where they just get emasculated. It's just embarrassing, bro. All of them.
So I suggest though for everyone, just a lesson here that I've learned is whenever they say, can you define this? Stop right there and then stop talking to that person.
Yeah, that's a great point actually. Yeah, that's a great bit of advice.
Did that when this cat started that earlier. I hear what you did. Yeah. Because you don't know anything, so you want me to.
No, they're trying to mire you down, and they're trying to get you to start defining and get you on the words that you're using instead of the point that you're making. So stop right there. And I've also learned that for the most part, I don't engage to answer questions. I don't answer questions, and I'm telling people I don't answer questions. And I engage by giving statements. I just give statements, and if you want to debate me, fine. I'll give here's what I'm going to say. I say A, then you can say B, but don't come back to me and ask me questions. That's not how it's going to work.
Edward, I got a question for you.
I don't answer questions.
Okay, so why are you here?
Shut up.
Oh, Edward, this is Edward's room as well. So he can be.
No, but he don't have to answer questions. He said he doesn't answer.
Yeah, he doesn't have to answer questions.
Continue asking them questions. That's what they do. That's what they do.
And Edward is a Palestinian. And it's you.
He don't have to answer to you. You gotta answer to him. That land wasn't promised to you. Wasn't promised to you either now, was it, sir? Everything's promised to me. You know who I am? No, who are you? I'm the black man, also known as God.
God's son.
How's that working out for you? Very well. Life is swell. Okay. I didn't have to pretend to be something else. So let me ask you a question. To try to fit in. What did you eat for dinner?
Watch your mom.
Might be cooking right now.
He ate your mom. That's what he did.
No, you see what he's doing?
I would never. You would never. I would never eat your mom because she created something like you. Okay, but what did you?
His mom is actually against what he's doing.
I'm proud of her. Talk about me. How's Thanksgiving? How's Thanksgiving over there?
He didn't go.
Oh, he don't celebrate.
he's been excommunicated. So.
Hey, do you have to invite people? One time, one of the small hats invited me in his house, and he needed me to cut something off for him. I guess that's a weird part of your fucking religion. Do you do the same thing?
I don't celebrate Thanksgiving.
Let's not dive into let's not mock his religion. We're gonna.
I apologize if I was.
We're gonna
like
pivot.
I just wanted to know this. Study those traditions.
Yeah, we're just looking up something on the what do you call it? Times of Israel. It's interesting. I don't know what's the ceasefire, is it gonna hold or is it fake ceasefire? What is it?
Did you notice real quick? Did you notice? I don't know if you noticed this or anybody else has noticed this. So they had they have a military censor on everything that's been destroyed and things like this, and we all, we had access to videos that came out from people that took them on their phones, but this morning, when just before the ceasefire came into effect, Iran launched a barrage of missiles, and for the first time, not only did they show, but government officials were walking around and had BBC follow them, and they're like pointing out, see what they've done. This is what they just did to us, and one of the organizations that the BBC was dealing with, and you could look this up, the BBC report, is Zaka. This is the same organization that made up the stories about the beheaded babies and the rapes that didn't happen. I'm sure maybe some rapes did happen, but the rape, specifically certain rapes that they claimed turned out to be debunked, not true. Zaka is the organization that perpetuated these and made up these claims during October 7th. Same organization, and it was the same organization that was leading BBC around.
No, there was an ABC journalist from Australia. I saw a video of his on Instagram. He said that they have been told clearly in Israel, the censor department told them what they can cover, what they can show, and what they cannot show. So he said they were allowed to show the bombed out hospitals, bombed out civilian areas, bombed out roads, and so on, but they were not allowed to show anything related to the military or the defense or the intelligence of Israeli government. So basically, they were not permitted to show visuals of military establishments demolished by Iranian missiles. So this was basically censorship, and they also, I believe, gave the reason that we don't want the Iranians to know how effective their attack was on a particular establishment. So
that's the reason why they're suppressing the news about the head of the Mossad getting killed.
Yeah, that's right.
So this isn't a good reason, Faiz. This is what they say, but they know Iran has satellites, and they do not rely on videos from people to show them what was destroyed. They have satellites, and a lot of their drones that went into Israel are hovering drones, and they're what you would call spy drones, and their job is to relay information back to another drone that's a few hundred kilometers away, and another drone reaching back to Iran. So Iran has two methods of gathering exacting real-time data. The satellites, actually more than two, their own satellites, their own drones, and the Chinese and Russian satellites, which are a lot better than the Iranian satellites. So this is only for the narrative. And when they say, they want to show a hospital, they want to show roads, civilians, because they want to show brown people savages, and here are the white people that are not the savages. That's what they want to do. But that's it. I mean, then that excuse just doesn't hold water.
Guys, just a side note, have you guys seen the BB tapes, that documentary? Have you seen it? The BB tapes?
No, I've heard of it.
You have to watch it. I watched it today. It's
available on my Telegram. If you guys want to watch it, it's available on my Telegram.
Oh, it's so good. You have to watch it because it's BB's squirming in the interviews. It reveals everything. He took bribes. He took payments. He secured a $200 million loan for a guy he knew, and in return for accepting the loan from the bank, he took control of that man's newspaper and made them put pictures of his wife and him in good favor and made them report on him. A bunch of different stuff that he was doing. It's insane. So interesting.
It's so dastardly.
So interesting. So interesting. Ariel, you're a bitch. So yeah, just watch it, and it's so interesting because the man is a real villain. He's really out here just committing not even just war crimes, just crimes in general, accepting champagne, caviar, and cigars for
you should go and tell
and also another area, you're a bitch. And another thing as well, his wife is actually, because he cheated on his wife, obviously he's cheated many times, where he's a very unfaithful man. Tells you a lot about his character, right? He's basically his wife is Ariel. Don't make me fuck your girlfriend. So basically, the funny thing is his wife, she's an alcoholic, and she always gets drunk. She's always drunk. I just never knew this about them.
And she goes crazy. She's known for screaming and
She loses her head often, and you watch the video. She watches in the interview. She loses her head as well. So does her son as well. They're very emotional.
We have to something that who was it? Was it Faiz or Amir mentioned? I think it was Faiz that said this. Israel did not know that. They underestimated how many missiles they had around 1,000. All they had to do, Fayez, is come into this room, and we would have told them the truth. How many missiles? How can you this is such a monumental blunder by Israel to think that Iran only had, a couple of thousand missiles. After 25 years plus of building missiles, and you think they only have a couple of thousand to show for it, and only a couple of hundred, and they only took down a couple of hundred launching sites. That's it. After 12 days, you could only take down 200.
Edward, I'll tell you. I read an article. My friend. Edward is a Palestinian, and he is looking forward to go and live in his homeland very soon. So
where I can make a difference, absolutely.
In the same house that was stolen from him by the Zionists. Okay, so my friend, let me make a point that I wanted to make. Edward, I was reading an article in the Cradle. I'll access it and share it with you. This is a very nice article, and what it says is, the Iranians were able to access, Iran is being supported on one side by China, on the other side by Russia. So Iran was able to get the best of China and the best of Russian technology, and they kind of blended it and made a really lethal weapon in the form of missiles. And one of the examples that he gives, because I'm not, militarily savvy, so I cannot understand it fully, but one of the examples that he gives is that the use of the, Iranian missiles did not use the GPS system, because all the GPS systems, they are connected to the American and European satellites.
Gyroscopes and optics.
Yes. And they used the equivalent of the Chinese GPS system, which is known as Beidou. Because they used Beidou, they basically did not rely on they relied only on the Chinese and Russian satellites. And these are impenetrable, I believe. These satellite systems are impenetrable. So as a result of which, Israel and the US could not, create any hurdles in the path of the missiles. That is one of the reasons they say that the missiles have been so successful in reaching the target. They may not have hit the target, but they did reach the target because of one of these things. And likewise, there are so many other technological advances that he writes about, that he says is as which even I believe even the Russians and Chinese were shocked to see. Because once you buy a technology with from somebody, you can literally do anything with it. And Iranians, kept working on it for the last 25, 30 years and kept, making it better and better and better for this day. And they were
yeah, so
like
Faiz, this actually isn't strange. It's called layered innovation, if I'm not mistaken. It's where if I invent something, if I have an invention, and I give it to you, it's a certain technology, and you know about technology, you are going to start from the place where I left off and build on that and make it better, and instead of starting from the beginning. So this is common, and it's been seen around the world actually in developing countries taking technologies and making them better than the technology that the first world nations and Western countries would have. The thing is with Iran, I think if not surpassing, but pretty close to the amount. You take the amount of missiles that they fired. They almost have that many categories of missiles to begin with. Like, that's how many missiles that they have. Like, they have hundreds of categories of different types of missiles, for depending on the what they need it for. But I highly suspect that Iran, actually know that Iran has not used any of their actual sophisticated modern missiles. The missiles that they've used are developed over 10 years ago, and that's what they called that's what people are calling their.
So why did they use them now?
Because they just like with how Israel fell for Iran's trap. They wouldn't want Iran does not show their hand to anybody. That's how Iranians are. When you have to understand the culture, and this is where Israel fails, it does not understand the cultures of the people that they try to dominate, and they end up losing at the end. And they end up screwing it up at the end. This is what happens.
So just make sure I understand you.
And so when they go, what this was for Iran, what this was for Iran, Faiz, was them having the opportunity to test the missiles that they have developed, and to see, okay, how can we improve them for next time. This was a test bed for Iran. So this is literally giving them 20 years worth of data, and that they couldn't have gotten in any other way, and it was handed to them by Israel.
They also, the article also says
everything out. That makes no sense.
The article also says, Edward, the article also says that they also benefited from the data that Russia shared with them from the Ukrainian war that's going on. So they knew exactly which systems were failing, which systems needed to be upgraded, and so on. So they have benefited from that as well. Here is what I think Iran should do going forward. Russia and North Korea have kind of offered indirectly that they have said that we are willing to, we are willing to give the nuclear warheads to Iran. So Iran should simply go and buy nuclear warheads from the North Koreans or the Russians and just abandon the redevelopment of the nuclear arsenal again. They should just do it, get the warheads, pay whatever they need to pay. They need to pay for this. I'm sure North Korea will send warheads, big nuclear warheads, because they need money.
So why did they do it now?
For $1 billion or for a couple of $1 billion, I'm sure North Korea will sell a nuclear warhead. They should simply buy nuclear warheads and sit tight. That's it. That's what they have to do. They shouldn't.
So, Faiz, just so that you understand, which is an option for them, and that's the thing. The U.S. and all these countries, they know Iran could just buy the nuclear warheads from and the former president of Russia, put a post on X about this, saying that Iran can. Other nations have approached Iran about purchasing nuclear warheads. However, this does not mean that the Iranian nuclear program will stop, because the Iranian nuclear program brings a lot more into Iran besides, it's not mainly weapons. They have made so many advancements in X-ray technology and, various imaging technologies in cancer treatment and cancer detection, and there's a whole list. I read it a couple of months ago of advancements that Iran has made in science directly because of their nuclear and being able to have nuclear material to work with. Advancements. I just named a couple. Cancer research, cancer treatment. They have a cancer treatment protocol where they are able to take nuclear radiation and they're able to pulse it in a way that doesn't hurt the surrounding tissue, and also cancer early cancer detection technology. What's the name of those programs? Google Scholar, you could look them up. There's research papers there about it.
Assalamu alaikum.
Talk it out of your ass.
Walaikum assalam, Ji. How are you?
Good.
Alaikum assalam.
Isotrop for the medical.
Hey, BB, you big boys, you don't have to wave me.
Hello.
Nah, he just waved.
Can you just elaborate, G, on the point that you were making?
Just look at your messages. Look at your messages, dum-dum.
Isotropy is one of those is needed. 20.
Isotropy.
Yeah, isotropy. Yeah. Yes, I might be mispronouncing or because of my accent a little bit, but that's what it is. It's for medical purpose. In almost 15-20 years ago, Iran was only making 3.5%. And obviously, when you're part of the NPT, you can have up to 90%, but if you have a reason to have 90% enriched uranium. But Iran had everything under 3.5%. Until came time that Iran was enough technologically advanced and had to use 20% for the isotropy for the medical purpose. So Iran asked from the UN, send a letter that we need 20% for our medical. And there is some countries when trying to buy, they give a hard time and this and that. We need that. So the letter goes with the American also get discussed and says, well, Iran has a right. It's a legit right for medical. This 20% goes for that. And based on Iran is on the NPT, we have to provide them. Either we have to let them make their own, or we have to sell it to them, or provide them. Of course, we're gonna charge them and all that. So that was basically Americans was involved in that conversation, in that matter. They said, well, the UN said, well, if you're going to let them have a 20%, that you're going to violate your own sanction on them. But Iran, on the other hand, has a right, because it's part of NPT, needs a 20% for a medical purpose, and which is other countries use it, and Iran has a right to use it. So American came with a plan. They said, okay, we go
on negotiation, we said, well, you have 3.5. We take your 3.5% in rich uranium, and we're gonna give you the 20%. But we're gonna, by the weight, we're gonna equalize it. How much 3.5 you have to give me? Then I give you 20% in a return based on calculation. That amount is based on the science that's on the side. But basically, they wanted to get the Iranian 3.5 to give 20%. Okay, so that was the deal. And then two country, they came to make this process easy and be responsible for this transaction and to be part of this transaction. So nobody gets any problematic in between. So that two countries that mostly on the media they don't name them. I'm gonna go ahead and name them because it's not something that one was the leader of at the time was the Turkish, and the other one was the Brazil. So these two was a part of this deal to making sure they're representing this transaction goes smooth. So they came to Iran and they signed an agreement. Iran gives 3.5 and America gives 20% based on equal whatever exchange amount is. So they sign and all that, they shake hands. However, Iranian told on signing the agreement many times that we going to examine before we give our 3.5% to hand him over. We're gonna examine what we are receiving, the 20%. We have to examine it first, making sure it's a 20% in reach, and then we hand over our 3.5. Okay. So when Iran insists this particular that 20% of the uranium has to be examined, many times was insisted by Ayatollah Khamenei that must be making sure. On the other party, which was the American, once they notice Iranians are very hard on that to be examined, that 20% is the correct 20% and is no less than on that. It was right there, American backed down from the deal. Because their intention was get the Iranian 3.5, everything they have, and show a fingerprint, the middle finger to Iranian. So it was at that time, the deal was broken, and the Turkish and Brazilian went crazy on the UN and American that you guys made us fool. And you guys broke our trust when in Iran to sign this. And then finding out we were a puppet here, and now Iranian thinking that we are embedded with this deal. So this is, at the meantime, guys, while this process was going to get, took some time to get this process done to sign agreement back and forth between Turkish, Brazil, Iran, and UN and all that. Iranian leader Ayatollah Khamenei knew that American is not for trusted. At the same time, did order the Iranian head of the atomic nuclear that go ahead and try to develop from 3.5 to the 20%, which is needed for our country and has been reported to the UN. Do not wait for them because I do not trust them. So that was a smart move from the Iran because they thought that, because guys, it's extremely difficult from 3.5 to get them to the 20%. Once you are 20%, it's extremely easy from there, go any percent you want. The most difficult is from 3.5. The rest, UN, they thought they can, they thought that Iranians are not capable. But at meantime, the process was developing that 20%. Once they broke the deal and they didn't give it to Iran, and Iran revealed to the UN, we knew that you're going not to give it to us, and in fact taking our 3.5. Here I just developed my own 20% and come and inspect it because everything, and that was a breakthrough for them to find out how the hell Iranian. Man, I'm telling you, Iranian on that science, on that technology, they are very, very advanced, and they are very skilled. As a matter of fact, Iranian using a different method of technology to do their own enrichment, which is a lot cheaper than any other countries that they are involved in. This is how they're scared of the Iran, how advanced they are going through this and passing all of us. So for the, I'm gonna stop right there because it has nothing to do with this discussion. But the point of this conversation was to all know they try to F it up, take our 3.5 and not to give us anything. And they got caught. This part also was mentioned Ayatollah Khamenei on almost a month ago during their speech, except he didn't mention the countries were involved, were Turkish and the Brazil. Every other thing that I said was in his speech, and why Iran has to have this nuclear technology and why the West is trying to take from the Iran. He explained it in his speech, the why that we need and is what purpose all this technology is used. So this was very important speech for those that didn't listen. I recommend highly go ahead and listen to his speech, and you will find out it's extremely valuable what he said for the rest of the countries around the globe. This is a God-given enriched uranium, which is under Mother Nature. Everybody has the deserved right to enjoy this Mother God-given technology and just advance and enjoy it. Thank you for all.
Okay, I agree. Thank you very much, G. I appreciate that. I just wanted to, you know that Trump actually yelled at Bibi Netanyahu. There's reports of, according to multiple sources, Trump was visibly angry, even using strong, explicit words. He is reported to have told both nations they have lost control or didn't know what the fuck they were doing, right? But then this is, Trump called Netanyahu from Air Force One, sternly instructing him to halt any further strikes, saying that Israel jets need to turn around and head home. Wow.
And Wednesday, when Trump said
crazy. It's just crazy to me that he's holding Israel accountable. Because this is what they do. This is what they do. They use a ceasefire as like a means of like getting the last jab in, and then all of a sudden, if they do the last jab, oh, it's a ceasefire, and someone retaliates, oh, they broke the ceasefire, it wasn't us.
Luckily, he was not, taken in by the falsehood of the Israelis. He saw through the scheme and called up Netanyahu to stop. Yeah, go ahead, Edward.
Two quick things. The I think IAOA, however you say it.
IAEA.
Yeah, so the nuclear scientists that were involved in the nuclear program in Iran, that list was supposed to be top secret. No nation was supposed to receive that list. But Israel, the organization gave it to Israel because there's no other way for Israel to know who the scientists were, all of them. Because Israel was able to kill a lot of the scientists that were, these aren't like the head of the programs per se, but people that were working on it, and people that were dealing directly with the organization. So Iran now doesn't trust the organization with any information. And the Mohammed Morandi said this. He in an interview today. He said this is one of the main things that they learned, and hopefully, once now that this is over, I don't want the world attention to turn away from what's happening to the Palestinians in Gaza. Go ahead, G.
Yes, Edward, that's absolutely correct. And the document that Iran prior this all happened between Iran and Israel, that when a lot of information that Iran got out of Israel out, it shows 6 page that Iran put it out there already. That this Mr. Garoussi, which is the head of the AIEA inspector, that he comes with his team on Iran inspecting and all that. He's in the head of that charge. He's in charge. His name, the time, date, years, and the minute that he had a meeting in Israel with all the name, that everything is been already put it out there, and Iran has already proved that he is a Mossad agent. And already in Iran, it's going in the parliament, and it's just waiting for the everybody voting. Iran is putting a pause based on some amendment. It has to do with NPT. They can use that, and Iran, I think, is using it, and Iran is going to put as a result what they did to Iran and attack and everything. Iran is most likely going to put a totally pause on NPT, meaning they're not going to cooperate with the UN because a bunch of the Mossad agent, and Iran is not trusting anymore. So that right there will put a great for the Israeli, for the West, for the American, what Iran is doing now. Do they develop it? Do they have it? Because there is no more camera, there is no more inspector. Just like the same what Israel is doing to the whole, not showing everything in their hand. And I think after this gets approved, and Iran will play the same game. That's it. Thanks to Bibi and Donald Trump. Thanks God, they're first in my country to go on this path, not to reveal, not to be clear anymore with this completely agency that runs by the Mossad. They give the name, address, every information to the Israeli. That's how they got assassinated. So this is a lesson to learn that is not to be trusted. This agency.
It is obvious that they're gonna disguise under the international inspectors and gather the information.
Yeah, I too read that article, G, about IAEA's chief sharing information with the Israeli authorities, and also, making up some of the stories about Iran not complying with the decisions or with the agreement made with IAEA, so which was used as one of the pretexts to attack Iran. I read that too. But here's the point that I wanted to ask you, G. There were also reports that Iran has also been able to access some of the Epstein files from the Israeli documents that they got in their hand. So why don't they release it so that we can have some, some fun around it?
Like I have said in the past, what Iran has got out of the Israel, it's a mother of all everything that Israel been doing, from their technology, from dirty work around the globe, inside was doing it. Mother of all information you wanted, it's in there. So just sit tight. It might one day come out.
No, is it possible, I'm just guessing, is it possible that the Epstein file was mentioned by Iran to Trump? Maybe Iran told Trump, look, we have things on you as well. If you don't, get these things done, this and this and this, we are going to release the Epstein files on you. Is it possible that this happened?
Iran is smart. Iran is not going to do it directly for other biases. Iran will find people like Elon Musk. For example, I'm just giving a, hey, here you go. You have some little beef. Let's see if this little comes out of it. Or maybe someone else. Or, Iran doesn't have to be directly doing this. You know what I mean? They know how to play the game too.
Now, what the West should understand that you cannot kill the idea. You can kill the scientist, but the idea is there. You can't kill it. They'll go ahead. So you better cooperate with them instead of trying to kill the idea. Impossible.
There would be no more inspections now, right, for the IAEA or any of the nuclear, because they cannot be trusted. I mean, it's fact. These agencies, who's to say the Zionist entity maybe use a little girl, right, to get them to sleep with them and record it and then use it against them to release the list of all the scientists' names? That's possible, right? We have seen this happen with Jeffrey Epstein and, a whole bunch of psychopaths from the Zionist entity, so anything's possible. And I think it should be off the record now. They should not share with IAEA. They can go fuck themselves. The U.S. can go fuck themselves. And the U.S. just, made it really worse where they're not going to share anything anymore. You know what I'm saying? They're going to have nuclear just like the Israel does, right? But they won't be sharing any more nuclear bullshit with America.
Even the IAEA head, he said that now we do not know where they have moved the enriched uranium. Previously we knew exactly where they were, we were able to inspect and see, but now Iran has moved all the uranium to a different place, a secure place, from the Isfahan and other nuclear sites. So we do not know where they are being kept in security.
There is something about this IAEA which they are majority driven by European countries, and Iran, since Trump came to power, has been directly talking to US, like bypassing Europeans. And this IAEA is a block in this negotiation. Like right before this attack happened by Israel, there was supposed to be a round of negotiation between Iran and US on the Sunday. So the attack happened on Friday. On that Sunday, there was supposed to be a round of negotiation. On that Thursday, right before that Friday, IAEA, just out of nowhere, came and said, "Oh, Iranians don't answer us. We are so unhappy." And then on Friday, Israel attacked. So it's something that I think we have to also bring into the picture, that Europeans in general are not happy with Iran dealing directly with US. And they are not part of the negotiations, and they are throwing stone at these negotiations. And I think by kicking IAEA out of Iran, that problem is kind of solved, thanks to Bibi.
Apparently, this bitch sitting in the audience with an Hanan account down in the others in the room, streaming my room and recording it in his, in his house. If somebody grabs me his, the account name, I'll pin it to the top, and then we'll try to, try to get his account clipped, whatever accounts he's got. Because he's a bitch and recording conversations without consent is a violation of Clubhouse to the US. Yep. Hey, welcome back, bro. And, so, yep, the IAEA, it's no more. Do you think, G, that they're ever going to? I don't think moving forward they would never tell the U.S. government if they're nuclear or not, just like Israel, right? G.
Yes, that's the whole idea. One, they put a pause on that, so the West, nobody knows what's going on in Iran. So that will create, putting them in a position not knowing where is everything, what Iran is doing, what not has done, what has done. Putting in that basically in a gray area, that's the most painful for them. Just like Israel does. So Iran is going to most likely, after passing this in the parliament, put a pause on all this stupid the UNIAE with Mr. Jerussi and all. They inspect a bunch of stupid created problem. I don't even think. I don't know. He might even come to Iran one day to visit, but he most likely, I'm not sure, he might get even, inspected by Iran and hold them accountable, or maybe they, make his eyes a little blue and red and send him back to the Mossad facility. You never know. If I was him, I wouldn't dare to go over there because he created all the problematic reports based on diplomatic matter. He made it political matter. So he created all this problem, and they know it. He did it, and the agency took the bunch of lie and all that.
I mean, Iran could play both sides, showing them whatever they want to see and play their own game separately. They can play both cards.
Has the Zionist Iranians been here? I just want to know what they're feeling because they wanted a regime change. They wanted a regime change, and I think it's gone stronger than ever. You've seen Tehran, the people outside holding Khamenei's photo, Mahatma Gandhi. I want Kejwani here.
The Bibi will make even those Iranians who hate the regime, he will make them even support the regime.
I mean,
That's really funny.
That is funny, man.
They're gonna put that stupid print. That guy, such a clown. Like seriously, he's gonna run a nation like Iran. Like, that's so funny. Imagine that.
Yep. Hey, what's up, Layla? Assalamu alaikum. Did you get inspired by that guy Terminator movie, Layla? Because that's his name, Arnold Schwarzenegger. Yep. That's his name. I think you did. Okay. He was the governor of California. And by the way, he became a governor of California. As soon as he became a governor of California, he's a celebrity, right? I did like the Terminator 1. Terminator 2 was okay. Terminator 3, 4, 5, they were just dragging it. And, yeah. But, there would be no more nuclear inspections. And IAEA is going to get the taste of their medicine. So is America. America is done. And there's data from the American government that shows that they did not destroy the nuclear facility. What was the point of putting on a show, man? What is the point?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, they said we are gonna attack, eliminate nuclear capability, which they did not. Eliminate missile capability, which did not. eliminate the regime, which obviously they did not. So it was just for nothing. They just killed a bunch of commanders, which, to be very honest, they love to be killed and go become martyrs. This is what these commanders are famous for. Every day they pray to die for Islam and become martyr. So their wish came true. And bunch of scientists, which, to be very honest with you, I mean, I'm a scientist. Nuclear science is really old. Like, they teach it in undergrad now. It's really ridiculous when you say we killed their scientists. Like, everybody who is in physics major knows how to make it, enrich uranium. It's not like you get the textbook, the science is in the textbook right now. And they kill a bunch of babies, and that's it. What else did they?
Yeah, I don't understand this hunt on the scientists too. I mean, how they got the scientists in the first place? The same way they can teach another scientist. Say idea, you cannot kill the idea and knowledge.
I mean, if it's a very advanced science, I can understand killing the scientist will kill that advanced science. But nuclear science is not advanced. This is something from 75 years ago. It's in the textbook.
Yeah, they need to do something about Gaza ceasefire or something. But do you think this Iran ceasefire is gonna?
I hope so. It is something they have to understand, that Houthis shooting missiles at them has nothing to do with Iran. Like, Iran just gave them the technology to make these missiles, and they're making it themselves and they're shooting. They just want to. They don't accept it. And Houthis will continue shooting up to the time this Gaza thing is over. So, attacking Iran does not solve any problem.
And Iran and Houthis didn't even use the Hormuz card yet.
No, you have to understand, Iran is like playing like Iran can export weapons. Like any other country can export weapons. And they did export it to Houthis. And Houthis are the one who are doing this to Israel. It's not Iran.
Do you have a proof that Iran give the Yemenis a missile, or you just saying it?
I don't think they gave the missiles. I don't think even the government, some scientists may have traveled there and teach them how to make the missile. I don't think.
So let me tell you something that you may know, you may not know, but either way. Before Iran even know what missile is, Yemenis, they had missile. Okay? Yemenis, or long before Iran had a missile, Yemen had a missile. So don't come and tell that Iran gave them missile, because now you're putting Iran at the guilt. They may ask some question from each other. That would, every country asks question and on some matter, but Iran never gave them anything. Yemen is already their advance on those ones, just for you.
Where they get it from?
Don't forget, Yemeni had a good relationship with China, especially with Russia. They had everything from long ago.
Probably from Soviets.
Do you remember Medvedev, like a couple of months ago, what Medvedev said? Medvedev said if American and NATO European not stop providing to Ukraine, guess what might happen? Maybe Russia is going to start providing. Specifically, he named it. He said, we might provide for example, he said Yemen. He mentioned that. That was a couple of months ago. Medvedev. Nothing to do with Iran. You guys are, blaming the Iran gave this. No, Yemen has already their own education level is high and everything they need they have long before Iran have even missile. They were, that country was a friend with the China, with the Russians and elsewhere. So we should be careful what we say. And the rest of people are sitting here and the voice goes out there, they think that Iran gave the Yemen something and they're here. No, Yemen has that knowledge.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm just guessing. But you're right.
Yeah, we just speculate and just guess. But the world, I think the Cold War haven't stopped and the world divided us versus them. It's clearly Russia, China, North Korea, Iran from one side, US and their European slaves from other sides.
I don't think, hey, what's up, base? I don't think the ceasefire will hold, and actually they're going to take out their grudges on the Palestinians because they're pissed off at the Iranians, right? Even though they started it. But I wanted to see Iran do more damage inside, pretty much flatten Israel because there's, what is the point of having, a state that's freaking terrorizes every other country out there? Terrorizes every country.
Israel got very severely damaged. They just don't put it out there. It will come out little by little. Just wait. I'm telling you, they got severely punished. Of course, there would have been maybe some more, but for that time frame, they got pounded. Just wait until everything comes out. They're trying to hide everything.
What's up, base?
Hey, I'm guessing we all saw that video of Trump this morning.
Yep. There was a spit in his face by.
But Israel is hilarious. I couldn't stop laughing. The fact that he cussed on live television was even funnier. And he was way more upset at Israel than he was with Iran, which was interesting. But I also wonder if sometimes politics, because he's pushing for that Nobel Peace Prize. I think that's the reason why he's so pissed off, because he's so freaking selfish. But apparently he did say in another interview heading to Europe that he told Israel to basically stop their next barrage of attacks, and he said that they did. So I don't know if that's supposed to be it.
Yeah, hey, what's up, Marvin? How you doing? Yeah, I can't hear you.
Did you guys see the update a few hours ago that CNN and other media outlets said that the B-52 bomber strikes barely did anything, any damage?
Yeah, I shared the link in the chat, I shared the link in the chat. They didn't do any damage, by the way. There's a report from the intelligence. It was just a show that Trump put on to help make the Zionists, to make the Zionists to be happy.
Yeah, but Trump is so pissed at that. Did you guys hear how pissed off he is at that? At the truth coming out?
Yeah, Israeli media is pissed too. I saw a video clip translated, obviously, and they're like, we have to stop fantasizing. It's either we do a ground operation or we drop hundreds of bombs on it. So they're calling for a ground operation in some Israeli media shows. Not like the official Israeli government, but the, like the Fox News of Israel.
They're gonna do a ground operation with what, 5 million or 4 million IDF soldiers versus they got 90 million people over there.
No, of course not. They're gonna want us to do it, America.
Oh, hell no. They better bring their IDF soldiers. Fuck out of here. They need to stop.
It's very, if I put on the ground, American boot on the ground, it's very hard to judge.
So I was in another room recently, some guys that knew a lot about nuclear enrichment stuff, and apparently you need to get to 90% enrichment for an effective bomb. They're at 60%, but the higher the higher the percentage that you enrich the uranium, the harder it gets. So at 60% enrichment, it would take Iran at least another 5 years to make a bomb. So there's really nothing that anybody should be worried about.
I just lay down.
I'm more concerned that they're not making a nuclear bomb.
Right?
No, I think they're gonna make a nuclear bomb. Now the IAEA is out of the picture because they're the one that released the list of names to the Zionist institutes, and that's why they don't. What is it? Hot mic, hot mic. Okay, I just muted you. They're the one that released the list of all the scientists, right? And they should not share anything, just like Israel. Israel never allows any kind of inspection. Iran doesn't need to allow anybody to inspect anything. And they could extradite the process, by the way, Josh. It was in the, what America did? It just backed them by 2 months. You see what I'm saying? And Israel was happy. Oh, look at it, we got rid of it. Even on the Times of Israel posted that he's happy that we got rid of the nuclear thing, blah, 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 but it did not.
I mean, all the intelligence of even United States, they say Iran doesn't want to make a nuclear bomb. There is no sign that Iran has any systematic effort to make a nuclear bomb. And there is also religious reason that they don't want a nuclear bomb. I mean,
but wait, I want them to make it.
I know. I mean, from our perspective, yeah, it makes sense. Why not? Israel has. Why not they have also? But I'm saying that they don't want it. So look at this picture. Iran wants a leadership role as a moral leadership. Iran never wanted to be a military power in the area. Wanted to be a moral power. And nuclear bomb is not a moral thing to do. So you have to see it from the perspective of the Iranian leaders like Khomeini. They are moral leaders, they are religious leaders, they are not army leaders. And nuclear bomb is not a moral weapon, it's like chemical bomb, biological bomb. Like the way that they kill is very immoral. So I really don't think I grew up there and I have followed their news. They want nuclear bomb. They really don't.
No,
At
but
the same time,
brother, it's a deterrent.
it is a deterrent. However, there are many other ways to deter, like these missiles is a deterrent.
Yeah, but Wayfan, did you see the regular, recently leaked documents about the Samsung option? Right? The Los Angeles is on target. So if they go down, they're going to take down all of these cities in America, some of these big cities, and some of the countries. And Samsung option, it comes from the scripture. Take everybody down with them. Do not let them escape. Just like what they did on 7th October. They had a directive. Kill it.
Right, that's why it's not a moral weapon to have.
Brother, with this people, you don't need any more. Forget about moral. We can't use our religion. If it's a Samsonite option, what have people done in Los Angeles, New York? They have fucking New York on target. If they go down, they're taking everybody down. They just have to press the button. And it will start shooting some warheads from Israel all the way to all of these countries and cities.
It would be their first time bombing America.
I agree with you, Amir. What I'm saying is that from perspective of somebody like Khamenei, he's like, we don't want to join this crazy club of people with nuclear bomb. Like, we don't want to be part of it. They are like they try to teach the rest of the world that get rid of this Samsung option and all these things. If they go and make one, they lose that moral ground. That's what I'm trying to say. That if Iran comes out and say, hey, now we have nuclear bomb, then Iran loses its moral ground, and that is something they want. I mean, this revolution is called Islamic revolution. They are not gonna lose that moral ground.
Yeah, but Wayfan, you're fighting people that want to attack you, they don't hold your religious belief system. You see what I'm saying? They're always in attack mode. I mean, look for the past 30 years. Josh, sorry, bro.
You have a moral obligation to protect your people, the Ummah, if you want to look at it from an Islamic perspective.
Josh, again, I and you, we may think this way, but the intelligence services says that it's not the way Iranian leadership is thinking.
Have you guys noticed any fluctuation on the fuel price in US?
I didn't see anything, but the stock market is doing beautiful. I feel like a lot of this is stock manipulation.
Yeah, I'm in the Midwest, and fuel has been high for years. Literally since, 2021? I don't think the numbers have ever went down, but I haven't noticed it go up yet.
I think he avoided that from happening. Trump, I think. Well, let's see for how long. So far, I haven't seen any influx. Does anyone here think that Iran should not have a nuke? Just wondering. Or why they should.
To
They should,
protect their...
to protect themselves, to defend themselves, they should have one. Just like everybody else has. Why shouldn't we? You know what I mean? Gotta stay right to protect their people.
Yeah, so they can. I want them to drop it on Washington D.C. No, I'm kidding.
Oh my
I can't say
There's
that.
no such thing as Washington D.C. anymore.
No, I didn't say that. I didn't say that.
For Washington now.
I know they're listening. I did not say that.
Yeah, be careful. Big Brother's watching.
No, they definitely are listening.
We
Somebody
do
waiting
not.
me down.
Okay, let me
Send
do a
that package.
little spiel here. Everyone's opinion is their own. We do not condone anything that is said here. So erase what Josh said. It was a little blip in his brain. Moving on.
I don't know it. I don't know it, but I'll
Plead
give
the
it.
fifth.
I'll give it up. Give it up.
Personally, I don't think any country should have nuclear weapons. I think they should be taken away from every single country, including the United States.
That'll never happen.
I mean every single state, country. Nuclear war would just completely destroy the earth.
We destroy the earth every day. You gotta think about it. Telling a man you can't have a nuclear weapon is like you can't have a pickup truck. You can't show me why your dick is big. That's what this is really about. I got the biggest dick. This is pissing contest. It's the political pissing contest.
Agreed. God, that's a very good point. So I do agree. The issue is, even if it's a non-proliferation treaty that every single country signs, including the USA, although the US is the only country that's ever dropped a nuke, multiple nukes in history. So it's funny how we get to walk around and police who can and cannot have them. It's very interesting. The problem's going to be because the technology exists, and we've seen people be liars and be dishonest. Look at like Israel; they've definitely have, I think, about 90 as much as we know. But there's no one measuring it, no one controlling it. They don't allow anybody in. So let's just say we say this and everybody agrees. There's always going to be a bad actor that's going to keep it, like God said, to kind of have that upper hand. So with that being said, I feel like nukes are just it's like a determinant. It kind of balances the power. That's why Israel gets to throw its weight around. That's why they go attack certain countries, knowing they're significantly weaker, especially because they don't have that nuke. Like the whole Pakistan and India, that whole shit went well. That war that could have blew up, it kind of calmed down simply because there's talks about Pakistan potentially using a nuke, and they both have nukes. I think it kind of can stop certain situations from occurring, but I don't even know why Iran allowed the U.S. to dictate, the world to dictate what they can and cannot have, just because Israel has been crying about it for the last 30 years. That's one thing I still haven't come to terms with.
It lets you know the powers that be are really trying to pull strings. And they using certain things as an excuse to invade countries. So, ever since, I would say the Ukraine shit, everything has been other countries just going into other countries' invade them, starting shit. It's like the political push on.
It is, but even when people see, I've gone to various rooms here and there just to see what people's viewpoints are. Abby, who we all know is a Zionist lawyer woman, that's a fucking psychopath. She started to do this, continued her spiel of lies. And a lot of people, for some reason, are believing the propaganda, the narrative. It depends upon who's spieling and who's pretty much spreading it. People tend to believe it because this woman is sitting there and saying that how much of a threat Iran is to the free world simply because they've heard them say death to Israel, death to America. Makes me laugh, and I know I've gone into a bit of an argument with people because when you look at Hitler, I hate to make this comparison, but I'm going to. Hitler actually never came out and said stuff like verbally, death to the Jews, or death to black people, or death to gypsies, and death to people who are handicapped. And he did, of course, kill those people. He never came out and said those exact words. He never made his plans known. In fact, he put Jewish people onto trains and built his death camps outside. He did it quietly. A lot of Germans didn't even know. He was taking them out of Germany to Poland. That's where there's 3,000 concentration camps, but that didn't mean that they're all death camps. There's 5, Auschwitz being the biggest one, in Poland. He did it quietly. He did it without anybody really knowing until people knew. He was starting this since 1931, since he came into power in January. He didn't actually have the final solution come into play until, 1942, 1941? He kept working on it. I brought this up to people who are Zionists. Of course, they get so upset and so mad. I'm like, so how are you going to cry wolf over and over again because somebody said something? I mean, Israel has been saying some genocidal shit for years, and their actions are falling in place. But things that Iran has said, do we have examples of them doing anything to take away Jewish lives within Israel? No. I'm sorry. Just because someone said something, it's not enough to go and attack them and keep pushing America to get attack their biggest nemesis. I just don't understand that. As opposed to, it's so weird how these people get the support. And by using these buzzwords.
I think they get the support from having blackmail on a lot of government officials as well.
100%.
They have a lot of, you gotta think about it goes back to the Epstein shit.
Yeah, but God, I'm talking about everyday people. I know how this, and I agree with you, it's blackmail with these people who are actually in power. I'm talking about everyday Americans, everyday people in the West. They
believe anything they see on the news.
I know, it's pathetic. It's really sad.
Obama signed the shit where they could pass on propaganda through the news, and they've been doing it. With the fucking lies saying that he bombed the nuke site. He didn't. We don't know what the fuck he bombed.
Well, official reports are he didn't do the damage he said that he was going to do. We found
a 20-ton bomb. Like, come on, bullshit.
They moved 40,000 kilograms of uranium. It's been shown to a different location. And wouldn't they, because remember, IAEA, if I'm saying it right, that's the group that goes and is at, Iran has allowed them in. It's a US-run organization that's pretty much making sure that the uranium levels are at a safe level where they're not going to be able to enrich more.
They're not going to get access. They're not going to get access.
No, not anymore. Not anymore. What I'm saying is, hold on, give me a second. Would Iran be stupid knowing that these individuals know where these sites are? Of course, they would move their uranium into a place that they don't know it's stored. That's just the most common sense thing to do. And obviously, Amir, you're right. They're not going to let them in now. There's no way.
Thanks to Bibi.
Yeah, they released scientists' names and stuff, right? Allegedly, there isn't any. They came out and they denied it, right? They denied the claim. But I have a deep feeling that they did share it with Israel, because nobody, gets away without sharing information from Israel.
Agreed. We found you were jumping in earlier. Not sure if I spoke over you.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to clarify this death thing. Like when they say death to مرگ بر آمریکا, like this مرگ in Farsi is it's not really death. It's more like down. You can translate this down to USA. Like we wish USA defeat. They are not really wishing death. So this is a propaganda that somebody like Bibi creates, because you have to look at the language. Like for example, in Iran, there are many people when they angry to each other, they say Bemir, like die. But this Bemir is not really died in the literal meaning. It's more like shut up, something like this. So a lot of and this happens when in the Friday prayer ceremonies that people shout down to USA, down to England, down to Israel, and they are and they name United States, Israel, and England because they're the symbol of capitalism. So Iran has the Islamic idea has a lot of problem with capitalistic systems. Because in capitalism, basically you say God loves rich people and hates poor people. That's why everybody wants to be rich. but in Islam, it says God loves everybody equal. So there is a huge fundamental difference between this ideology. So they come to this prayer and they down to capitalism. We are all equal. So in that sense, I just want to bring this point up. It's not really like they are dangerous, wishing like, oh, let's go kill them, take their head off. No, they are not really doing that.
Mark also can mean a disgrace.
Yeah, I know what you're saying, but it's just how the West twists everything. I'm gonna welcome some people onto the stage. I see Edward, I see Positive, Scotty. Just came on. Hi guys, how are you? What's going on?
Hello, what's up?
Do you guys want to share your perspectives? What's going on?
So I don't know what you guys are talking about yet.
Well, you know what we're talking about. We're talking about. You saw that in the morning. Did you see that where Trump on live television?
Oh, yeah.
He's pissed at Israel.
Yeah, my virgin ears couldn't handle
Edward, please don't. Tell me, what do you think of that? What do you think? Is that just for show? Is that genuine?
He's pissed. I think he's pissed at a few things. One, I'm starting not to believe that Israel. I mean, Trump knew about, and he's not hiding that he knew that they were going to attack Iran in a few days. But I don't think he was on board with it. And Israel ruined his sort of spotlight to have a deal with Iran. You know how Trump is, right? So I think, so he was already pissed about that. To get into this war, and then, then they force Trump, Netanyahu forces Trump to use bunker buster bombs, the big one, which they don't, they never use, and they don't want to use, to give intelligence about it away. Forced him to not only stop negotiations, but to actually attack Iran, And so he did, but he did a half-assed effort. He attacked the entrances, and then, and then he imposed a ceasefire, basically imposed it. I should say, Netanyahu begged Trump to come out with a ceasefire because what was happening in Israel. So Trump does, and then Israel just dumps a whole shit ton of missiles into Iran after the ceasefire, and so he got pissed. I mean, he's probably feeling like a used rag right now, and you know how big Trump's ego is. So I think he's genuinely pissed off at Netanyahu because he was trying really hard not to, he was saying both, but at the same time he was leaning so hard towards Israel. And he even said about them dropping missiles on Iran at the end, when they're supposed to be in a ceasefire. So I think he's really pissed.
I think he wants a Nobel Peace Prize more than anything. But he did come out and say that there was another barrage of attacks, missiles, whatever, that were going to be used on Iran. Israel was preparing, and he called up Bibi and told him to don't dare. And apparently he stopped and listened to Trump. That was the next thing he said. So I sometimes wonder how much of it is real and how much of it is like theatrics, to be honest, at this point.
Well, I think to separate it, at least for Trump, when you have a situation where Trump's own interests or own ego is being overshadowed by someone else, then I think you could safely say, well, that Trump is actually genuinely pissed off, not because Iran was attacked, but because his own ego was attacked. If that makes any sense.
Well, yeah, of course, his ego's attacked. He only operates in ways to feed his ego, which if people know how to work with it, can actually manipulate him. That's his biggest weakness. But with that being said, there's official reports that came out that have shown that the attack that was upon these, nuclear facilities did little to nothing.
Yeah, they bombed the entrances. They bombed the doors.
But these are official reports coming from the U.S. and I guess CNN and a bunch of these news agencies released it. And Trump is pissed and has gone on the record and said, "That's not true. We dropped 30,000-pound bunker buster bombs. Did 14 of them. Of course, he's controlling the narrative, but I don't get how Americans, and I'm dual. I know you don't consider me full American because I am a dual. You always want to call me Canadian, Edward. I think it's a diss from you or something.
I don't do that. When do I do that?
Yes, you do.
I do not.
Playing with you.
I was like, no, I make fun of your German cars.
Where's the Chucky guy? Where's the Chucky guy? The pro-American guy?
Oh, God. Where's Chucky?
Chucky is turned Zio.
Right? That was just...
For real?
Yeah.
How do you know that?
I feel like he's always been that way, and he was just pretending. I really, really, genuinely.
How do you know that, Edward? How do you know that?
Well, I mean, a few signs. One, he took on Amos's name, and he called him uncle, and he went after me in Amos's room.
Just because he went after you, that doesn't.
No, for the reasons why he went after me.
What were the reasons? What were the reasons?
One of the reasons. Go ahead.
So what were the? Hold on, Scotty, hold on. What were the reasons?
One of the reasons was, how did it go? I wasn't talking to him. I was talking to, I don't know, maybe Norm or Daniel, and he jumps in and pissed off that, he's talking about, you think Iran could beat America? You think Iran could do, I don't know. He was just talking shit, and then he goes, it was, can Iran take on America? Or, that type of thing. And I was like, I'm not going to answer a dumb question. And then he started talking shit about me with Pumalu. And basically about, Middle Eastern people in general with Pumalu. So it's no, it's not. That's 100% correct.
You couldn't even
no,
know wrong you were saying.
I
think you pissed him off by, I'll tell you how you pissed him off. Because he's pro-America. So you pissed him off as soon as you said that Iran can win against America.
No, I didn't say that. He asked me that question, and I said that's a dumb question. I'm not going to answer that. That's we weren't even talking about America. Because I was saying something about Israel, it pissed him off. So he had to, he came at me with that, and I said, that's a dumb question, Chucky, I'm not going to answer that. And then him and Pumalu started talking shit about me. So Pumalu was talking shit about me to Chucky, and Chucky was agreeing with him. Not about me personally, but about Arabs in general.
Absolute rubbish. If I heard anything, I'm on the Arab side, so, and I don't rate America. Scotty. I don't know, man. This is a new brother. I think we need to have Chucky in here and have back and forth. I think we need to have this.
He calls him uncle. And
disgusting.
Yeah, he calls him Uncle Amos. Uncle. It's like, what are you doing? And you took his name, and then
Edward, hold on. Do you know that when Chucky first came on, he came on to expose Black Rabbi, and he would send me things in the back channel. Remember, I don't know if you were here. He tried to say that because Chucky has been to Israel and he knows Black Rabbi to some extent. But hold on, let me get back. I have to try to grab this call.
But I don't know.
See, that's fishy. That's so fishy. Like, that's what I'm saying. I think he's pretending. I don't think he was ever a true pro-Pally. I really feel like he's disingenuous.
No, he's pro-white. He simps for white people. 100%. No, nothing against white people, but
he wants to be white so bad. He's come up to me in other rooms and he's like, you don't really believe that, you know, minorities are being oppressed, right? And what about white people? White people are being oppressed too. It's not just people with color. It's white people. And I'm like,
Right.
Chuck,
He
you're an
always
idiot.
takes he doesn't take America, he's not pro-America, everybody America, right? He's pro-white America. That's why I'm like, this is weird. Especially as a brown man.
Exactly, that's what I'm going to say, yeah. Yeah.
And his roots. My son just told me I'm a brown man. But, I was gonna say.
I didn't know you were a brown man, Royal. When did this happen?
I didn't even know she had a son.
Nah, she did.
I just think it's really strange, especially since his group of people, his roots are, you know, south of the border. And, you know, they're facing a lot of oppression right now. So,
No,
it doesn't...
He would absolutely, emphatically disagree with the oppression part. He would, oh, not me. I've never encountered any oppression. That's what he was telling me. And I was like, well, because he was asking me about Hispanic people and black people. And I said, you have to ask them about the oppression. It's not for me to, you know, to say what they've gone through or what they're currently going through. It's to them. And he says, well, have you ever been oppressed, Edward? I said, not oppressed. I think he said discriminated against or something. I don't remember. And I said yes, multiple occasions in my life. And then he's like, well, aren't you white? Well, I said, I'm Palestinian. I'm light-skinned. I don't necessarily, you know, white people don't see me as white, so it doesn't work out that way. And that's when he got into his diatribe about white people are also oppressed, and you know, we can't ignore what white people go through. Just and you know, and I was like, oh, well, how do you know? You speak for white people now? He's like, oh, I know because I'm around a lot of them, and I'm not oppressed, and I've never been discriminated against, and I've never been denied opportunities. He talks like he's like the golden child of America.
Golden child. That's so funny. Never heard this one before.
And he's disingenuous if he says that he hasn't faced some sort of discrimination.
He's online. I sent him an invite. Let's see if he shows up. He's online.
And that's the thing. He hasn't been coming in either, Amir. He hasn't been coming in much. I haven't seen him in here since that day that he argued with me, or he was talking shit with Pumalu. Him and I weren't even arguing. Ever since that day, I haven't seen him in here.
Bibi down in the audience always asks him, do you work for the government? Who's on your number one list? Is it Amir? Who's your number two?
Bibi has nothing intelligent to say, unfortunately.
Bibi gets mad for no reason, man. He's a good drama. He's a good actor on this app. I actually want him back on this app and have a little bit of drama, a little bit of fun.
What do you mean? He is on the app.
No, he disappears. Like he's not. He used to be cool, but he's not cool anymore.
No. He's been on the app. I've seen him all over the place in the last 2 weeks, every day.
He used to be cool, but he's not cool anymore.
No, he's not. I'm actually. So in Amos's room a few days ago, he comes on stage just to say, "You're not just blind. You're deaf too." Literally, that's all he had to say. And I kicked him out. I kicked him out of Amos's room. That was the boss. He got pissed, so he back-channeled me and started talking shit, and I was talking shit to him back. I said, "You're a buffoon. No one takes you seriously, you buffoon. Go away." He got so mad, his spelling, like he wasn't even spelling right. When somebody gets mad, they stop using punctuation in their, when they're responding, and like in text messages, somebody's starting to get pissed when they just forego any commas or periods or anything.
That's a fucking loser for saying that to you.
Yeah, I don't. Remember, Ace, he's the one that opened the room.
Okay,
like
hold on.
before.
Give me a second. Give me a second. Just quickly back to how.
Hey, so who you're talking about, Chucky or BB?
Chucky. So when Chucky came into this room, he came in. Remember, he wanted to expose Black Rabbi, and he was saying that Black Rabbi charges people some crazy amount of money for conversion to take his courses. Remember how he was going to send me proof, and then Black Rabbi was in here, and then he has met him in Brooklyn or some shit like that, and then he was trying to, and I wanted to make sure he wasn't bullshitting. How much money was he charging it? Was it 5,000 US?
Yeah, 5,000.
Something important like that. Okay, he wanted to expose Black Rabbi. That's how he came in, and then after that, he was trying to send a picture of him, whatever. Long story short, Black Rabbi, who we don't give any credence to, was like, oh yeah, that's like, you took it off my Facebook, rah rah, and then they started talking about people that didn't know. So that's how he came in. And then he came in the next day, and he said that he wanted to give more information, because there's more people he knows, he can bring them to pretty much like expose him. The next day, he comes in, and I'm like, okay, dude, where's his, and he's back channeling me, right? I'm like, okay, you want to expose him? You wanted to do this? Bring it out if he's a fraud. His response was, oh, no, I don't want to do that because, Black Rabbi is really connected with certain people. I don't want it to, like, I guess affect him. And I'm like, huh? I found that weird as hell. I found that so weird. And then, do you know how he started to ask, like, Black Rabbi? Where is he? Oh, my God, the great Black Rabbi buys his book. And remember how Black Rabbi wants to run for president? Chucky starts doing the same shit, copy and paste. Oh, I want to run for president. Ace, you should be part of my whatever. I'm like, excuse me? Same shit that Black Rabbi. He started copying and pasting him. It was so weird. And then what really ticked me off here was he pretends to be this like, oh yeah, I'm American, da-da-da. If you say anything, he actually asked me in another room not long ago, Ace, why is it that in certain rooms, people can, say death to America and people are okay with that, but if I'm pro-America and I pledge my allegiance, people get like really upset. I know he's trying to talk about this room. And I go to him, I'm like, you know that the rooms are in, the people you're talking to, they come from certain countries where the USA has fucking destroyed it. So when you come in and you start going, oh, America, 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 it seems like you're clowning and you're being disrespectful. He said, oh, I didn't see it that way. Whenever he's mad at somebody, Wednesday, Edward, whoever, he always wants to talk about them. He always wants to bring them up. It's weird because now I see that he's usually in the Zio rooms, frequenting them, and he refuses. I'm sorry, if anybody's connected to any type of high position within the government, you're never going to say it, ever. He also said, I think Basira's room, oh, there's another reason why I don't say much. I stay quiet because one of his brother or something is a pro in the NFL. And I'm like, okay, wait.
What?
Is he doing, yeah, he's doing the Black Rabbi shit. You know what Black Rabbi says? I know. Remember he said he went to Israel with Madonna? Remember how he came to Mars Sotomayor's wedding in Brooklyn? And he was not fucking there. I was there in New York, and the hotel he was gonna be allegedly staying at has been closed for years. He's doing the same freaking shit. And then I'm like, Chucky, this is not your name. You don't have your profile picture up. No one's gonna know and attach the shit that you're saying to you. So why do you care? Oh my god. I can't even tell you. Yeah, he was mad at you. He was trying to bring you up in that room, and I'm like, dude, we don't talk about people that are not in this room.
What? Why was he mad at me?
Because he's so pro-America, he cannot stand any criticism of America at all.
Yeah.
That's his problem.
Yeah, I mean,
that's very Zionist.
I would make fun of him about saying the pledge, saying being patriotic is not. It's not mystical. It's not supposed to be mystical. It's supposed, but I never really, got on him for being pro-American. I don't care about that.
In that room, General was in that room, Teddy was in that room, and
yeah.
he literally said, if you were given orders to do something where it's gonna take the lives of children, would you be able to put your head on your pillow and sleep peacefully? He goes, yeah. I'm like, huh? What the fuck? I'm like, you would be able to sleep peacefully. So many military personnel have come back that have severe PTSD. He's like, no, but if we're just walking on the thing and we're in this country and they're shooting at us, we gotta shoot back. I'm like, yeah, that's called self-defense.
How do you know he's in the military? Because
he's not in the military. He's just giving a scenario.
Oh, I don't. And he says, oh, he's in Singapore, he's in here, he goes there. I'm sorry, I don't think the guy's smart enough.
Well, I told him that room. I'm just gonna give you a word of advice, but I'm like, especially when you're going to battle with Wednesday or whomever, and it's a woman. Unfortunately, the way the society's set up, when a guy starts to call a woman out her name so egregiously, the guy always looks like an idiot. Always looks stupid. I'm like, you're so emotional. I give him advice. I'm like, listen, unsolicited. I'm like, you gotta be able to control how emotional you get. I'm like, you get fucking emotional. He's like, no, that's just a fake. That's just me putting on a persona. I'm just laughing in the background. I'm like, wait. I am who I am. I don't pretend to be anybody else. This is me, inside and out. I'm like, you are doing this like multiple personality shit. I'm like, Chucky, who the fuck are you? I'm like, you get so triggered, you can't let shit go. He goes on for days and days and days. Like you said, he jumped in the room and he just called you and said some stuff. And now I heard from somebody else in this room that apparently he was in a Zio room and said that the more time he spends in Amir's room, he's becoming more of a Zionist. He denied it.
He will go, I don't think he's a Zionist. I don't think he's not a Zionist. I think he'll go where he thinks, where he believes there is the most credibility. Like I said, it's he's trying to defend white people.
Yeah, it's very
because
Zionist.
He wants.
He's very Zionist.
He's, he wants to be white.
Yeah, he does. In this room, he said some egregious shit. In another room, actually, in this room, I think it was late at night. I got so annoyed, basically saying that black people, their people need to put, the whole bootstrapping thing. Like, there's people that just complain all the time. It's not that bad. Basically, trying to show how equal white and black people are. He's defending. He was just doing this thing. And he was kind of like giving this other person like credibility to their bullshit. And I'm listening to this guy and I'm like, is he Dominican? Like, what is how are we gonna sit here and say this type of stuff doesn't happen to one community versus the other? He made it like black people just complain about stuff, they just make shit up and they just whine. I'm like, what?
He's from Panama. Like Panamanian and something else south of the.
Is he Dominican?
Yeah, I thought he was Dominican.
I don't know. He had a Panamanian flag in his bio for a long time and was saying that he's part Panamanian. Maybe he's Panamanian and.
But I agree with you, Edward. There's weird white adjacent.
Well, when you say that, when he says the Pledge of Allegiance, he cries. He gets tears. He tears up whenever he says it. I'm like, okay, this guy is a weirdo. That's all. Just a weirdo. But the fact that he was in here and then now is in those other rooms.
Because
I don't know,
he's called out. He's exposed here, right? It's become very apparent. So he's not going to come back in a place where he's not going to be able to mix up and gel. I think he's like a chameleon. He's just going and acting and saying things that fit whatever. I don't know. Weird shit, man.
Low self-esteem.
It's low self-esteem.
Extremely.
It's,
But what he
it's
said to you, I'm
insecure about
sorry.
himself.
That's just. Okay.
It's not like he said, I didn't say anything about America. Like, we weren't even talking about America.
It doesn't matter. You do not
We're talking about
attack
Israel.
somebody. You do not attack somebody. You can attack someone's argument. You can attack somebody's point of view, their belief system. But you can't. Attacking someone's like who they are, something that we cannot control. Whether it's what we have or don't have, or what our skin color is.
You're getting things confused, I think. What are you
No,
talking about?
you told me that he came in and said to you that you're not only blind, but you're also...
No. That was BB.
That was BB, okay.
Yeah, the other day.
BB's on that. Oh, yeah, BB's a psychopath.
Yeah, yes.
There was a room that I was in yesterday, and BB and Swifty, Swifty didn't last long, he was gone. BB, these guys came up and they're so upset at me for saying that there's reports over 40 to 50,000 Israelis have jumped on ships and left the country. They're like,
which is true.
I'm like, why is it a bad thing? I'm like, there's 8 million. If a bunch of people fucking jumped on ships, I'm like, there's more people trying to leave, but they don't have any access to leave. I'm like, why are you so bad at that? I'm like, it's the truth. I'm like, people left. You're lying. You're showing a narrative that's not true. I'm like, why is that such a bad thing? Because if Palestinians have sat their asses there and endured everything because they're truly connected to the land, are you mad that a bunch of immigrants who have no connection to the land showed up and left? I mean, what's the big deal?
BB got on stage and just said that to me. Literally, we were all arguing back and forth about Israel, Iran, and he just comes on stage just to insult, and it's like, and then I kicked him out. I was the mod, and he almost always just makes me the mod. That's
I know.
I try not to go in. But I feel bad for him too because he doesn't know how to use Clubhouse.
Don't feel bad for Amos. Okay, you weren't here the other night where this bastard was coming in this room and fighting and saying Iran is attacking this hospital and it's civilians. I'm like, hold on. You didn't have the same energy when this was happening in Gaza. Even though that's not true, it's talking point. The over 30 hospitals, you did not have the same energy. Your bitch ass was like, I would kill 30, 40,000 children, Palestinians, innocent, just to free a few, just to get his objective done, which is to get, hostages, even if it's 2 or 3.
You reminded me of something. I think that this is Daniel's talking point. This is how Daniel. I've engaged with him a few times in Amos's room last few days, and this was his talking point. First off, deny everything. Any damage in Israel, deny everything. And then accept for the hospital, which I don't think Iran was even aiming for. They didn't hit the hospital. They hit the building right next to the hospital, and the hospital got damaged. And no one got hurt. The thing is, that he accepted, and he says, look how they bomb our hospitals. We're not like Gaza that has a whole bunch of hospitals that, it's not a big deal to bomb some of them. Here in Israel, we don't have that many hospitals, so you can't bomb our hospitals. This was Daniel's talking point. That was his defense. I was what am I hearing right now?
What happened to me? Were you in that room when they were talking about Hamas resistance and rah, and he was trying to, again, be the genocidal psychopath that Daniel is. I said to him, since you're so against resistance, how do you feel about the Warsaw Uprising? He's like, oh my God, always coming against the Jews, always, there were 2 of them, Warsaw Ghetto Uprising and the Warsaw Uprising. One of them was a Polish people fighting because, again, Germany was taking over their land. The second one was Jews fighting back for what was happening. So I on purpose made sure I said one or the other. He did the whole victim. You are a Holocaust, and I have to sympathize. I'm like, hold on. Why does everything have to be about you? I'm talking about the Polish who uprose, but you automatically assume it had to do with you. I'm like, whoa. He lost his fucking shit. They're so easy to corner because they're so easily triggered. Have you guys noticed since lately? A lot of them are not having rooms. A lot of them are not coming into certain spaces, or they're sitting in the audience. One time I was trying to bring BB up when I was trying to run this room. It's God bless Amir for doing it. It's not easy. I started bringing up BB, trying to trigger him. I'm gonna let you use me to punch you back. I'm like, since when did you sit in the audience and give a shit about that? They're very silent, if you've noticed.
Yeah, silent, but at the same, there's silent.
Silent
and
liars.
Their talking points have gotten less coherent. It's more about denial of everything now instead of saying. Instead of finding a way to justify.
Defense now. It's defense. They're on the offense.
No, before it was defense. Before what? Before it was defense.
Offense, I think?
No. Before they would justify, justify things. No, that's not how it went. It went down. This is what happened, and this is, they try to justify it in their own way, even though it didn't make sense. But they'll try to justify it. Now it's more about no, it's an outright denial. No, that didn't happen. No, we didn't do that. No, we didn't bomb, hospitals in Gaza. No, there's no issues happening with the Palestinians. There's no, and we've said this before, but now it's more adamant. There's no occupation. There's no this. It's all no. It's like everybody got the memo. It's just deny. That's it.
But have you noticed
the
anti-Semitic trope is it means less, so they don't really use it. Now they're jumping to, you're a Holocaust denier, you're not sympathizing.
Oh yeah, the other day, Caleb was in the room.
When they start losing the conversation, they jump to that. It's so pathetic.
Caleb and Pumalu, they were both going at me because I wouldn't, simply because I said I'm not buying Israel's narrative of what happened on October 7th, but I'm not buying Hamas's narrative either. The truth is in the middle, and they were like, well, you need to watch the documentary. No, I don't. I don't need to watch a propaganda documentary by your country, by your government. No, I don't. They both so off of that, they both said I'm a Holocaust denier.
That
no link. We didn't even bring it up.
Oh, that happened.
I'm a Holocaust denier now.
Oh, yeah, that happened.
If you deny, if you question October 7th, you're a Holocaust denier. That's their new talking point.
Oh, that happened to me too. I was on different a few days ago, and there's another Zionist that was there, and a lot of people in the room didn't really know, I guess, have enough knowledge to kind of battle this dude. So I jumped in. So this guy is based, because people are saying that the word anti-Semitic is so wide that anything can be classified underneath that, right? So if you look at the definition, it's like criticism of Jews and non-Jews. Look at the definition. It's changed. It's expanded. Things like the Jewish people have ownership, a lot of control over certain industries. That's anti-Semitic. That's hate speech. It's a wide.
But then they brag about it.
I know. So then people are like, this is very wide. It's very odd because no other group. It's usually very. It's very focused and direct when it comes to hate speech, hate crimes of any group. But it's this one thing. So this guy is trying to talk about these tropes, etc. So then I come in and I'm like, wait, hold on. I'll give you the stats, even the facts. There's 450 films made of the Holocaust, okay? And what this asshole was doing, because the room is predominantly black people, they try to do this weird thing, they try to do this allyship with black people. I'm noticing it. Very odd. Started saying that, yeah, our struggle is the same during the civil rights thing, there were some Jewish lawyers. Literally sat there and said, you guys need to support us because our struggle is the same. Put it in the same bucket. People are like, no, it's not. How do you even equate the two things? It's two very different things. You've been given all these special attention, reparations, and I'm like, you're white adjacent. How are you going to tell me today, a black person, and your struggle is the same? Are you fucking kidding me? I go on, there's 450 films made of the Holocaust, and 30 made of black slavery in America. Can you make sense of that? This guy's like, well, I don't know if that's true. I'm going to hear the stats. He goes and says, oh, that is anti-Semitic to say that there's so much control. I'm like, wait, stats show a small population who has control over 20% of the film and music industry is disproportionate. Today, So I'm like, why is it a bad thing? I'm like, does anybody say it's racist when people say Italians tend to be very dominant in the construction industry? Or Indians tend to be a lot in IT, or whatever the case is? I'm like, why is that? But no one says that's racist. Fuck, I would find that as a compliment. If my group has worked hard for something. He goes and turns back and says, oh, that's not. He was fumbling and dying, and then he started yelling and saying, oh, everyone's ganging up on me. I'm like, no one's ganging up on you. They're defending.
Wait, who was this? Who was this?
And this random guy, what his name is, a new Zionist, was on this. I'm trying to get this person here, because it was bad. Because the minute stats and facts started to hit him, he started to walk back. And then I'm like, how many people died in the Holocaust? This is what I love doing. 6 million Jews. I'm like, oh, so we're going to deny the 7 million other people that died. Black Germans, gay people, gypsies, anybody who was pretty much Aryan. The handicapped people, those were the first people to go. I'm like, oh, so why is it that the Holocaust Memorial, all these centers, they honor and they say, we need to have them. They're important because we should never forget what's happened. I'm like, yeah, sure, but then why don't they honor the 7 million other people? Why do they never get mentioned? I'm like, how do you have a monopoly over this?
I just couldn't believe when they were wailing over the hospital that Iran damaged.
It was so sad.
And wailing over when you had literally not only bombed hospitals in Gaza and destroyed them, but are currently killing people that are trying to get food. Like, you've killed 50, 60,000 people, and you want to cry about you're the victim? I mean, it was so despicable.
Shifa Hospital, the 30 children, babies, that were in the NICU.
Yeah, exactly.
Are you fucking kidding me?
You know, Edward, on that hospital, Iran did not, like you guys mentioned, that Iran didn't hit the hospital. It was a military target, 2-3 next to it, and it was shattered some window because of the splash of the missile. Those are heavy missiles, and it was empty because it was a military hospital as well, but it was empty. But anyway, that was not a hit to the hospital. The one that who is acting irresponsible is Israel and America. Israel did hit almost 30 hospitals. We all know that. Many numbers, direct hit and all that. American during that 2 months between the Yemen and America on the Red Sea, they were bombing the Yemen. This journalist, his name is Pepe Escobar. You guys may know him. He's on YouTube. Yeah. He was in the Yemen by invitation of some honest opinion journals were invited, and Pepe Escobar was one of them. And there was, I think was Jackson Hickle, I think he was another one. But Pepe Escobar was in the Sana'a in Yemen, that he gave a live presentation. He said the night before of the American bombing, this area that he was standing, was talking. He says, I was almost 2-3 kilometers last night asleep in a hotel, and there was a lot of bombing. I couldn't get out. I was so scared and all that. But today morning, I came here to see the damages. He was standing on a bunch of this dust and rubble and all that. He was pointing to the judge, Politano, if I'm pronouncing his name correctly. He says, Judge, you see this area that he was showing me his camera. He says, all this area are residential. He said, this right building behind me is a hospital. And that judge, Politano, his eyes were circling. And he said, by the way, Judge, it was the only one hospital in Sana'a was treating cancer patient. Was bombed last night by America.
Wow.
The only one cancer patient in Sana'a, and plus bunch of other he was showing on the live TV.
that was bombed by America. They're not going to talk about that, never.
Yeah, even in Tehran, I read that 5 hospitals were bombed.
Yes, they
5
hit
hospitals were directly bombed.
they hit ambulances.
That's what he's talking about.
Yeah.
Is and Napolitano was actually on TV years ago. They canceled his contract because he was.
Can't hear you, Edward. You seem to be in Matrix.
Am I back?
Yeah, you're back.
Okay. No, I was saying, Judge Napolitano, he's a real judge, retired. He used to be on, I think it was MSNBC, and he was too pro-Palestinian, so they canceled his contract, and then he went on and started his YouTube channel, and it's like, his YouTube channel is massive, and he does it live, I think 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. live every day, Monday through Friday. So if anybody doesn't follow him, Judge Napolitano, Judging Freedom is the name of it.
But isn't he the same one who, I've seen a few court scenes on YouTube where he's somewhere where the judge is being very courteous, very nice to the plaintiffs and deals with them very nicely. Is that a scene?
No, that's somebody else.
Somebody
Judge Napolitano was Alexa. Who is Judge Napolitano? Let me find out who's civil superior court.
I'm sorry, I don't have any specific information about John Clavatano.
You idiot.
Sports broadcaster you're interested in learning about?
Alexa, who is Judge Napolitano?
George Napolitano.
Alexa, cancel. Alexa, cancel. Alexa, cancel. Hold on, I'm gonna mute because I'm gonna fight with somebody right now. Hold on.
Yeah. I think Alexa is Zionist. She doesn't.
Well, it just got upgraded. My Alexa got upgraded to full AI the other day. So I would, now, but it overthinks now, so they don't have it right. It overthinks.
Please forgive Alexa.
Alex,
okay, this lady audience writes that anyone who's against Israel and supporting Palestinians is a real piece of shit. And lady, I would rather be a real piece of shit and support Palestinians than be a Zionist. Thank you.
I co-sign that.
By the way, she is Iranian, right? Yes, I think she's Iranian.
Yeah, I think so. From the name, yeah. But here's the point. Iran did not attack any hospitals. It attacked the Kiryat. Beside the Kiryat is the Okilov hospital, which is just about 5 minutes drive from the Kiryat, which was affected because of the bombing of Kiryat. So the hospital was, of course, affected, but it wasn't direct hit by Iran. And similarly, the other hospital, what is it called? Soroka, I think it's called the Soroka hospital, right? So that one also was not directly hit by Iran. It was the IDF's communications and intelligence headquarters is built right next to the Soroka hospital. And Soroka hospital, that's how it got affected. And incidentally, Soroka hospital treats both military as well as civilian populations. So that is why they actually put it up next to the IDF communication headquarters in order to treat military personnel over there. And most of the injured from the Gaza, they were also taken to the Soroka hospital. So, but at that point in time, the hospital was almost empty, it seems. So nobody was injured. But Iran has taken
They move people down.
Attack civil. Yeah.
I know what they're not saying is I think Iran let them know that they are bombing near that hospital. So they moved all the patients that night down to a lower floor. So that's what I think. happened. Well, I should say, I do know for a fact they didn't move them down.
They moved him to a different ward out of instinctual. It had nothing to do with Iran.
No, there's no instinct when it happened the same night. That night, and then by that morning is the building right next to it was hit by a missile. I do want to say real quick, Judge Napolitano, he was a Superior Court judge in New Jersey. He served for 8 years as a judge, being the youngest judge in New Jersey history to be appointed to the bench of a Superior Court judge. But he was an anchor on Fox News. Fox. And so Fox is right wing. And he was too pro-Palestinian, so they fired him. And then he started his own YouTube channel, which is one of the largest YouTube channels online right now.
Is that a victory?
Are
you, Black Rabbi, are you speaking from the bomb shelter? Because your voice is not clear.
It's over. You could come out now.
Hey, the difference is in Israel we have bomb shelters for our civilians. In Gaza they have bomb shelters for the terrorists.
No, we don't have bomb shelters in Palestinians. No. And we can't afford them.
By the way, Black Rabbi, I heard that they're not allowing the black folks into the bunkers. Is it true?
Stop. You guys are so...
No, let's be honest. Is it true? I heard.
Videos, come on.
No. The racism that exists in the Muslim world is so...
No, I'm not talking about Muslim world. I'm talking about Israeli world. Israel. Stick to Israel. Israel.
It's the only country that...
Yeah, we don't have bunkers in the Muslim world. I mean, you have bunkers inside Israel because they're always under...
They have, in other countries, they do have bunkers.
We care about our civilians.
No, not care, because it was stolen from the Palestinians. It was stolen. That's why they're scared that these people might come back and take over the land again. They're scared. They're pussies. They're a bunch of pussies.
Now, if we had our own nation, our own territory, where Israel is not choking off our economy, then that's not for you to say. That's for us to say. And so far, it's getting closer and closer. Now, if we had our own. If we had our own, then we can have bomb shelters and we can have whatever we want. Unfortunately, there's people like you that are disgusting who believe in occupying other people and restricting other people while you talk. We never had land. We weren't kicked off of land in Israel. No,
what land?
That didn't happen. See, this is what I'm talking about. This is the change that the Zionists have gone through lately.
Americans talking shit about land.
This is a change of Zionists lately. Like they deny, denying what land doesn't exist. The land didn't even exist.
Never existed.
Palestinians didn't exist. There was nothing that existed.
They were invented.
Invented. Nothing existed.
1967. Invented by the Russians.
Invented. During that invention.
They were Jordanian and Egyptians.
So during that invention, human beings became human beings in 1967. Is what you're saying?
No. They were identity.
I wish Iran
They
just
took on
fucking
a political identity.
Where's Iran?
Called Palestinians.
Call
It's a
Iran.
political
Call
identity
Iran.
to resist the West.
Call
not an
Iran.
identity. It's a made up identity.
Wednesday, calm down, please. Wednesday, please.
So, are we allowed to make up our own identity, or is it for you to decide as a Jew that what our identity would be?
No. The key thing is
then leave it at no.
Egyptians created a Palestinian.
No. So it's up to you to make it up.
1967. But don't act like it's a real.
So it's you.
Black Rabbi, don't forget when you walk in the streets of Israel, they spit in your fucking face.
Yeah, that's what you want to tell yourself.
No, we have video of Black Rabbi here. You're bent over being spanked.
Don't forget that. Don't forget that.
A king doesn't bend over and get spanked with the noose around his neck.
Don't forget when Iran was bombing your dumbass. They wouldn't allow you into shelters. You fucking pig. Don't forget that. Yeah.
That's because they didn't have double door shelters where you don't open up. You know who doesn't exist, Black Rabbi? You don't exist. You don't exist. You made up your nationality literally a few years ago.
They literally take Ata Apis. You fucking idiot. You
He
scumbag.
converted a few years ago, and now he has this nationality. So yours came up a few years ago. And then you want to talk about Palestinians?
My nationality is American.
So, hang on. I actually want to ask this question. Did you hear Golda Meir? What did she say? She was a Palestinian, correct? Correct? Yes or no? Hurry up and say it, man.
Black Rabbi, he's talking to you.
That's the name.
Are you there? Golda Meir.
All the Jews.
Hold on. Golda Meir. Hold on. Oh my God, this idiot, bro, shut the fuck up. Golda Meir, she was living, they arrived while the Palestinians were living in the area. While the Arabs were living there.
No.
And Golda Meir
Jews were already Palestinians. They were named Palestinians by the Romans.
Yeah, they come from the lineage of Jews. The Palestinians
No. They were invented in 67.
That's what I'm trying to tell you. The Romans named the territory of Judea Palestine. They named it that. The people who lived in that area became known as Palestinians.
Yeah, Black Jew. We can't.
They were all Jews.
We're waiting for you.
He can't make up his mind. 67 or 2,000 years ago.
No.
And decide for us if we're Palestinians or not.
Probably got a dirty ass too. You need a bidet. You can't reach over to clean your ass, nasty. That's how big you are.
It's
a made-up identity by the Arabs.
You are a made-up
In
identity.
1967, right? He said it was 2,000 years ago.
You know how much a made-up identity Black Rabbi is? He's literally a Black American from America, right? He goes to Israel and he mimics their behavior, the way they walk, the way they talk, and what you gonna do about it? It's the weather. He literally sounds like a fucking Jewish man from New York City. That's what he sounds like.
He left.
But he grew up in fucking Los Angeles.
He left because he got caught in the Palestinians were invented in 1967, but the Romans named them, named the area Palestine, and Palestinians were invented 2,000 years ago. So he got caught.
Did he jump off the fucking wailing wall and die?
No, he'll leave when he screws up his back.
That's a lot of shit talking for a woman who's retarded as fuck.
Oh my God, Ali wants attention.
Sumut, go ahead, Sumut.
I don't want attention.
Black Rabbi is the first and no begging.
I can barely hear you, Sumut.
Black Rabbi, are you talking? Can you?
No, he left. But we can barely hear you. Well, I can barely hear you. I don't know about anybody else.
Well, maybe I'm driving, but
that's better. You're getting better.
Yeah, I mean, he's a person. Actually, I pity him. He's in search of an identity and in search of dignity, instead of staying here in America and fighting for his own people. Justice.
Why didn't you just call him what he is? He's a mentally ill person. He needs help.
I got a question for the person.
I just shared.
Is Black Rabbi back alive?
No, he is not back. He is not back. But here is something that I wanted to share with him. I just shared a YouTube clip on the chat. This is from Golda Meir. Golda Meir says.
ICE is listening. ICE is listening, people.
Golda Meir says that I'm a Palestinian, and I've carried a Palestinian passport since 1921 up until 1948. So who says that Palestine doesn't exist or Palestinians don't exist? This is their own former prime minister.
He was saying we started existing in 1967 is when we were invented in 67. So your claim too is good because obviously Golda Meir said this and she had a passport. Then obviously Palestinians were around before 1967. He's making it seem like we just came up in 67 and that's it.
No, that's the latest Hasbara point, because they don't talk about, because all these talk about anti-Semitism, nobody buys it anymore.
There's an ICE agent in your audience. Oh my God, there's an ICE agent in
Okay.
That's okay.
Doesn't matter.
Yeah, we're not Americans. None of us are Americans. Yeah. So.
You see, this is the point. They just changed tack now. They're denying everything now. They'll say that there is no Palestine, there was never a Palestinian, and so on. So this is a new tactic that they are using because anti-Semitism isn't selling anymore. Holocaust victim card has expired, and all the other things that used to say they've all expired. So this is the latest thing that they have adopted, but this will also be fought back. That's it. Share this video with anybody. Yeah.
So that you know, Faiz, the talking point that's being used lately is it was never Palestinian. We didn't steal anything from the Palestinians. This was Ottoman territory.
Okay,
so it was Ottoman.
That you were talking about Golda Meir, that fucking bitch lived in the Psharat's family home in Talbi in Jerusalem, right? She used to live in a house that was built by a Palestinian in Jerusalem. She resided, and the house was called Harun al-Rashid Villa. That's the house. And to this day, if you drive by, they sandblasted the name of the villa of the fucking building. And that fucking bitch from whatever she is, she was from Wisconsin. That Golda Meir, she was from.
I think so. I remember, something like that. She was a teacher in Milwaukee.
Yeah, she lived Milwaukee. So she lived in that house, and later on, the house was taken over by the Israeli government because of their so-called absentee laws. If a Palestinian left his house in 1967, 1948, the government took over the house, and they converted the entire structure to apartment buildings, and she stayed in that place for many years.
She's the one that invented.
Let me add to that one thing. Jindib, the house belonged to George Sharad.
Yes, I know.
Beautiful, immaculate, built in an immaculate manner, a mansion. The irony is,
I know the house. I know the house. Yeah.
Back in 1968, she was asked by a journalist that will Israel be willing to talk to the Palestinians? She said, well, there are no Palestinian people. There are no Palestinians. She said that while sitting on the balcony of a house that was built by a Palestinian. This was back in 1968. Yeah.
And she's the one that said.
How do you so a Zionist state is a liar. It's always a lying piece of shit. They make up shit and they steal more shit. They're thieves. They're criminals. They're like a bunch of mafia. They just rob, and they're here just to steal things.
But she did something really, one of the worst things for Palestinians. The saying that is now pretty much codified into almost law when it comes to talking about Palestinians. That Palestinians love to kill. What'd you say? Her quote.
He said, "We will never forgive the Palestinians for forcing them to kill their children." Yeah.
Yes. And the other one. The Palestinians love to kill Jews more than they love their own children. Something like this. I'm gonna look it up right now.
She's saying that they have no. She feels so sad that they have no choice but to kill Palestinian children because of their parents, that they are forcing them to kill their kids.
And then you have a mentally ill fuck up from California who couldn't make it in America come to Jerusalem and tell us that we're not Palestinians. We don't know what we're doing. We don't have an identity crisis. We know who the fuck we are. It's just this mentally ill piece of shit. He's mentally ill. He doesn't know who he is.
She lies about everything. So in this room, he had said that he apparently is getting engaged. He found somebody else. Then another room, he says shit like he's looking for somebody. He lies about every time.
This motherfucker is mentally ill. He's drenched in spit. I'm sure people are spitting all over him in injuries.
But calling him mentally ill takes away from, and all of his actions are his choice. He's
Jindit, every time you say the black rabbi, you call the black rabbi a piece of shit, you're actually insulting the shit.
Sorry. But the guy is a mentally ill fuck up. That's what he is. The sooner they lock him in some mental fucking facility, the better for himself and for humanity.
Okay, Golda Meir said, we will forgive the Palestinians when they love their children more than they hate us. That's what she said.
No,
when we love our children more than they hate us.
Another one. There's another one.
Yeah, Jinder said it. What was the other one, Jinder? I forgot what it was.
We will never forgive the Palestinians for forcing us to kill their kids.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
This has lived on through the decades in the Western narrative as if it was some proven fact. And I found out about 2 months ago, I found out that this was just something that she wrote in one of her books or something. It was, they had no, and they say it as if it was a scientific fact, but it just originates back to her comments.
There's a woman I follow on Instagram, Lee.Holmes. So she lives in Israel. She's so pro Palestinian. She's so anti-Zionist. Okay. So when all this was happening, she was making videos saying, "We in Israel, we are not the victims. We are not the victims." She's talking about the truth of going into bunkers, etc. She's like, "It's Gazans. Don't stop talking about Gazans." So apparently someone asked her a question. How many people are like you? They're able to see through this. She goes, maybe hundreds. Then they asked her about her family. She's like, this is so sad that I've been excommunicated by my father. Her father wouldn't even see her children. Her grandmother, her aunt, uncles, they basically are saying that she's crazy, she's horrible. What it means to speak out, you lose family members. She's talking about it. She's like,
you're in the Matrix.
Yeah, so why are you able to see through this other people aren't? She's like, well, we don't hear me now. Is that any better? Hello? Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, better now.
Okay. She is talking about this, and you guys, when I say she's pro-Palestinian, guys, she's doing a lot of advocacy. She's going out there, she's talking about it. She's getting bullied, she's getting harassed, she's getting threatened, and she's not stopping. Her and one of her friends. But what's so sad is she's like, people have been brainwashed to think that their entire lineage, children, are taught to kill and hate them. She's like, and to become, quote, martyrs. That bullshit. She's like, when I was pregnant, I was born into the bomb shelter. She goes, right away in my mind, I'm like, no parent would want that to be the case. She goes, how does anybody even think that's logically true? Basically, coming out and saying there's only a few hundred, okay? And when people try to use the argument, no, they're opening up their eyes and they're not, they're not so pro-Zion, that's a complete and utter lie. Look at how much, imagine if we can all have disagreements with our families on political things or whatever. I mean, for the most part, I don't think anyone's family goes to abandon them. Freaking puts them on an island and pretty much punishes them. Your own father, mother, grandmother, aunts. This is how sick the society is. They will literally cut off somebody who is telling the truth and is not going along with their narrative. This is how sick this fucking society is. So I'm not surprised. People like Black Rabbi who are already just mentally, it's mental slavery, okay? Wanting to serve the fucking white man. That's exactly what the fuck it is. He also goes on about, black people? No. We don't have any issues. This and that. It's actually, he actually said that white people who are facing racism now, and they're the ones that are victims. He said that as a black man. Like, they become so brainwashed. I don't know what it is in the water, what's in that society. People like Ariel, I've seen a video someone sent me. I don't know if you guys, I'm sure Amir has it, where he's on the streets and there's like a Christian black man. I guess he had a Bible and was walking around with him. He harassed him, told him to get the fuck out of here, threatened him, bullied him. I'm like, oh, I thought that Israel was so secular. They allow all different religions, but here we have Ariel and his buddies bullying and threatening a Christian man, telling him this, you don't belong here. I don't know. I couldn't live in this mentally ill society.
Wait, I forgot. Amir, did I give you this video?
This guy has your photo up, Ace. This Josh guy.
Yeah, I was about to say that. I thought I was going crazy. Josh,
I just reported him.
Did you have a crush on Ace?
You don't notice anything different?
Josh has my photo
Who? I'm not even paying attention.
of my
No.
He
face.
has your photo, Ace.
Is he on the stage?
Yeah.
It's a joke that I do. I've been doing it to a few people in the room. You're the first one to
I
notice.
don't even see this.
No,
Oh, okay, you
not
have
a
my
joke.
face.
Please take her photo down.
Just so you know that if you do something like that, you can actually lose your account when you impersonate somebody else. Just so you know.
I'm not impersonating you. I just gave you a
using my
smile.
using my image as your profile picture that does not belong to you, it is exactly impersonation of that person because you're using their it's not even.
I think he had a crush on you. She's a married woman, though. She's a married woman.
Listen, it's very insulting to me when a low IQ person has a crush on me. Please don't. I hope you don't. I think that's.
No, I'm not low IQ. Come on. You're the first person who didn't think this was funny that I gave you a smile.
I don't give a shit. Please remove my photo. Thank you very much. Moving on. That's like this person's attention. That's all he wants. Anyways, back to the conversation.
Can I give you guys an update about the Democratic primaries, New York City?
Yeah. Yes.
Donnie is leading by 9 points for first round of rank voting. Did you guys hear me? Did you guys hear me?
Yeah,
Cut out a little.
He's leading for the first round over Cuomo by 9 points for the first round of ranked voting. Usually, who leads first in the first round is the winner. He's leading by 9 points.
But is he anti-Zionist or what?
No, he's anti-Zionist. He's against the Zionists. He's a Muslim brother.
I saw him.
Yes.
I didn't get the feeling that.
He is. He's a democratic socialist too. He actually said free Palestine. I forgot who he was with.
Really?
Yeah, he was with what's that Twitch guy? The king of Twitch. His uncle is the head of TYT, Gent's nephew. The handsome guy, what's his name?
It's Tank Weaver's nephew?
No.
TYT.
Gents. His name is Gent from TYT. It's Turkish.
Yes, Jenks, yes. Jenk.
Oh, by the way, I think he's Muslim again.
Is he?
He was an atheist for a while, yeah.
Yeah, really?
Jay?
Yeah.
Yeah.
From the Young Turks?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What? Look that up too. You guys are blowing my mind. I didn't know that.
I mean, he was an atheist for a while. I mean, he was an atheist, but Wednesday's saying he's Muslim again.
Yeah, because he went on a rant against American media and how they portray Muslims in the media, and he's like people like me, Muslims. I was like, oh, he's Muslim again.
I gotta look at that.
I know him as terrorists. You guys always want to picture us as terrorists. So he must retook his shot.
Yeah, he's big. He's big too. I mean, he's been around for 15 years on YouTube.
Mm-hmm. He was originally a Republican too.
Yeah, same thing like Justin Napolitano. his show got canceled. They paid him money because he was too pro-Palestinian, just like Judge Napolitano, and just like Jesse Ventura, and just like Phil Donahue. I probably don't remember him in the mid-2000s. And they all had, all of them, they all had #1 shows. They had #1 ratings. Huh?
Phil Donahue was a talk show host, right?
Yes, the #1. But then he retired and he came back to, I think it was MSNBC, and as a anchor, he had the #1 show, #1 ratings, and then they paid out his full contract and canceled him. Same thing with Jesse Ventura. Did that with him. He only lasted a couple of months, I think, Jesse Ventura, and they gave him like $10 or $15 million, like his whole contract all at once, and told him he's canceled. #1 show.
Oh.
Judge Napolitano, same thing. Cenk Uygur, same thing. He was at MSNBC, same exact thing.
His nephew is a big Switch star, and he used to be on the Young Turks too. Hassan Pike, very handsome man. I forgot. But when God gave him looks, they were like, "Here's all the looks for you."
So you know the other guy? I don't see him anymore that much. John something on the Young Turks.
Oh yeah.
Which I like. I don't know. He's from Bridgeport, Connecticut.
Is he? But he went
Little white boy from Bridgeport, Connecticut. Can you imagine?
Yeah, but he went a little bit. What's that crazy guy that has to pay back all those kids, all those parents from Connecticut?
Wait, what?
What's the crazy guy? The crazy guy. What's his name?
You gotta be more specific than crazy guy.
All right, remember the guy from? You know how he made up the lie about New Hope, Connecticut, saying those weren't real parents, those were paid actors.
Oh, you mean Sandy Hook?
Yeah, Sandy Hook.
Oh, that was Alex Jones.
Right. What's his name? That guy that you're talking about kind of went a little like Alex Jones towards the end. Yeah, it's a little weird.
Oh well. That's what happens when you're from Bridgeport, Connecticut.
Yes.
Bridgeport, you know Bridgeport, right?
Yeah, I've only driven through Bridgeport, Connecticut.
It is like the ghettoest city in Connecticut.
I thought it was New Haven.
New Haven is smaller, actually. It's more people, but it's smaller. Bridgeport, I think, is the largest by land city, but because it sits right there next to New York, an hour from New York City, we had a lot of New York people coming in and out of there. They had our plumber years ago was the former mayor of Bridgeport. He went to jail. Like every other mayor in Bridgeport ends up in jail because it's all mafia controlled.
Wow.
Years ago, like back in the 2000s, late 2000s, their mayor, he was 27 years old. He ended up going to jail because, again, mafia. And then in Waterbury, Connecticut, the mayor, back in the 2000s, he went to prison because he was molesting 2 little girls on the mayor's desk.
Oh my
in City Hall. In City Hall.
That's horrible.
Yeah, I know. It's crazy. These people think they can get away with anything. I wonder if we're going to start seeing now the damage out of Israel now that war is over. Very curious.
I don't think it's over yet.
I was gonna say war is over.
Battle is over. Battle. Yeah, both.
Maybe
Iran. Yeah, well, that's what a battle is a round. But Israel, I think, number one, they've lost their deterrence again, so they're really
like Netanyahu is just. I'm sure the military and intelligence communities in Israel, probably he's their number one guy, that they hate him. They absolutely hate him because he's lost deterrence again. October 7th, lost deterrence. In Gaza, lost deterrence. And now in Lebanon, lost deterrence. And then now in Iran, again, lost deterrence. They couldn't win. So, but what I think he's going to try to do for the next couple of years is, put huge amounts of money into building long-range missiles and try to, equalize with Iran. But Iran would know this, so they're going to build even better missiles, and they're already 25 years ahead to begin with. So there will be another battle with Iran and Israel, because Israel will not let this go.
Plus, he didn't reach the goal when they pointed out at the beginning with the Hamas and Iran. None of the goals were achieved.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying is, if they don't reach their goals with a bunch of brown people, okay, if they don't massacre you, then that's a loss to them. They have to win decisively. They have to win in a way where no one could say that they've lost. There's no question. If they don't get that, then it's a loss. It's all or nothing when it comes to Israel. So they'll be back for round 2. But I'm sure Iran will be ready for that.
The occupying force loses if it doesn't complete its objectives, but the resistant force stands victorious so as long as it exists.
That's true. That's true.
I have some of the list that Israeli destroyed the hospital in Gaza. Let me read some of the name. Hope I'm pronouncing them correctly. Hospital Shafa, the Quds, Beitul Hanun, Hospital Indonesia, Tol or Adudi, Al-Jaza, Khandoshe, Babo Zaytun, Finesis, Al-Aliyah, Pedro Adude, Hay'a, Mian Bekharia, Dukuru, Wallah Fanne, Hadam Hadi Muslim, Shahid Ali Farq, Serul Qabasi, Osa Qabasa, Adan, Mabniya America, Hadam Al-Amala, Shuhada Al-Qasi, Emirati, Darul Islam. These are just that I have on the list. Could be more of these that need to be added.
Yeah, I don't think you have the. Well, Kamal Adwan Hospital was severely damaged. I don't know if they're still working or not. The European Hospital, severely damaged. And what was the other one? The Kuwaiti Hospital. Kuwaiti Friends Hospital, whatever it's called.
What was the total number of casualties in Iran? I asked Google Baba, right? It says 800, and then once a few sources are saying 200, 300. No more. I mean, a lot more. The death is only 610, and casualty 4,000 some together. Altogether, casualty and death number is almost 500. And some number to be precise from the last was announced. Just a second to see if I have it still. Okay. The injured is 4,446, and all they call it
Shahid, or how they might call him killed, was 610. Total of, putting all together, 5,356 injured and dead. So
Yeah, we say martyred.
Yes, yes. They call it Shahid.
So how many were
injured? Is 4,446 is injured. Dead 610.
So how many, these people were claiming, how many were officials?
Most are regular people. I mean, there's no official or in army or anything. These people are, a lot of them are just citizens. The numbers will come out, but most all of these are regular people. I mean.
So the hey, what's up, Mazi? Assalamu alaikum. Some of these Zionists, right, Iranians and whatnot, they were claiming that it's their family, it's this and that. I mean, you had somebody in the audience. Her name was Sarah. She said that there was the civilians and the officials and their families died. Nobody cares. Blah blah blah. I mean, have you ever spoken to her?
If I
I got into it with her a little bit, Sarah.
You have talked to her before?
Yeah, the other day we got into it a little bit.
This is a different Sarah. Are you talking about the Sarah that's from California?
I think she's Iranian.
Yeah, but there's two Sarahs. One hangs out with the Zionists, right, in healthy debates or whatever, right? And the other one that just walked in here, she has like 3,000-4,000 followers.
No, not this one. Not this one.
The one that always talks in the chat?
Yeah, the other one actually hangs out in healthy debates. You've seen her, right, Josh?
I know the one that was just in here. And if you scroll up in the chat, Sarah Majd.
Yeah.
In the healthy debates is where I was arguing with her. No, it's not the same one.
Okay, so it's a different one then. Okay. And the other one is in California, and she wants Israel to go after IRGC and blah blah blah. But I wonder what actually happened. Like these Zionist Iranians, right? How are they feeling now? Are they feeling good, bad, or how do they feel?
Well, there are so this Sarah, when I don't want to say arguing with her, we were going back and forth. She wants regime change in Iran. I don't remember what she said about Israel. What I do remember is she said that these people that want the Shah back, they're like a cult and they're crazy. So I was thinking of Pajman, and we got to find Pajman to congratulate him on successfully bringing back the Shah to Iran. Because he was popping champagne when Israel attacked Iran, thinking that the Shah is coming back.
Yeah, this whole narrative, right? It went down the toilet. And some of these Iranians that were Shah Iran supporters, and they support Israel because of Netanyahu keep coming out with the freaking stupid statement. I think it shattered their pride, or whatever word you want to use. Like they were very, very proud of this. That Netanyahu is going to come in, free us, and he's going to help us topple the government. And then yet, these people are living in America. They're not even living inside Iran.
And the government wasn't toppled.
Yeah, it's a big thing, man.
Yep.
And then they keep on saying scientists. They've killed about 10, 15 scientists. But they got thousands and thousands of scientists living inside Iran. It's a pretty big population. What is it, 80 or 90 million?
Over 90 million now.
Yeah, just like the Palestinians, right? They're very, very smart, educated. The Iranians are educated.
Palestinians are very educated. Iran, that's what